Good day, everyone. I'm Shiro Tamaya, your resident Coyote Phantom Thief at your service. And we are back with Fatal 12. Yeah. God, friggin' interest. Hello, Fresh, and hello, Bison. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Why are you like this, Bison? Why every time? Every time. Oh, no matter. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I hope you all are doing well. But yes, we are continuing Fatal 12. We last left off, we were, I think, did we get through another selection? I forget. I can't remember if that was the one before it or last episode. Last stream. I do remember we were looking for a certain numeral that turned out to be an old guy. We were stalking the area along with the lovely duo of Odette and Federico, and we also had the other guy, the really scary guy. I forget his name, but he was also there, and it was tense as hell. But oh yeah, and the old man's living with the guy that bombed the train, I believe, that we originally died in. So yeah, it was a lot of things occurred. We ended at the house because yeah, that was the best place we could leave off, because otherwise we'd be continuing the painful journey of being Rinka in this goddamn scenario. But yes, we are going to continue from where we left off. It is funny looking at like the save files and being like, yeah, it says last save file 1/24/2024, literally like 4 months ago. Man, but yes, I am excited to continue with our game. And end of the stream, maybe I'll remember to do a raid, who knows. We'll see. But let's jump right into the gaming, shall we? Oh, wrong screen. No, guess what? We're ending the stream now. Oh man. Okay. Let me move my character a little bit. Yeah. This is. Yeah, this'll work. I don't want to be too in the screen. Let me see, audio. Okay. Alright, that should all be good. I might need to make the chat a little smaller. Let me fix that. I believe, Alt. Nope, that's cut. Shift. Yeah. There we go. I will adjust the chat if needed. But yeah, also if you hear my fan in the background, I apologize. I can't do crap about that because it is so hot right now. It is, well, it's not too hot, but it's uncomfortable for me, and if I don't have this here, I will die. So, anyways, let's continue where we left off. Or yes, our new save. What can I do? Indeed, what can we do? Yes. Alrighty, let's begin. After a long day, I finally have some time to relax in my room. Nothing noteworthy has happened beyond this morning's events. Although, I guess the fact that my class has finally gotten around to prepping for the culture festival counts as noteworthy. Oh yeah, that's also still happening as all of this is occurring. What a time to be alive. Sounds like they've moved forward with the fortune teller idea. Ooh. What an ironic thing to do. Fortune telling. God. Hold on. Also, I do want to look at our cards. Right. Yes, we met this guy. This guy. His name is Hebinata Miharu. Yeah. You seem... Or, no. Hebinata Miharu is her name. Never mind. It's the cards that he possessed. Her name... Ushizuka Tsugushige and Death from Starvation 5. Oh yeah, 5's name and 5's oh, and his... Okay, yeah, no, we have his cause of death and his name. And oh my god, we have so many cards. I need to actually go through these. We have our name, Shishima Irinka. We have Miharu's name, Hebinata Miharu. We have Federico's name, Federico Carminati. We have the cause of death for 4, which is, yeah, our lovely little bomber. We have the old man's name, Ushizuka Tsugushige. We have Kamebuchi Keiko, yeah, brain hemorrhage child's name. That was her. She's gone, which was really depressing. Gold medal for that's 9. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have to also relearn what the hell any of my numerals are. Yeah, 10. No wait, that's 11. Wait, who? That just inputted wrong? Hold on. Okay, I think that one's just typed in wrong. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be 11. Because 9... Or, unless we don't know 9. Six, 7, 8. Oh no, that is 9. We just don't know who 9 is. Never mind. We have the name of... Oh yeah, and of course... Sophia, who also died, which was also depressing. In her regret. And then Alan Scorpion, of course, because we met him. And his cause of death from starvation. That's a unique one. Death from yeah, what does he have anyways? Miharu's name, his own name, Ushizuka, Ro Chanho, who's also dead, but kinda deserved it. Stroke, and then Sophia. You, Hebinata Federico, Shizuka, Ro, Sophia, and her own name. We never ended up knowing anything about her because she just immediately died. Yep. Okay. Okay. So, okay, that's our cards. Anyways. Yes. Even as reality warps around you, you can never break from the one golden rule of high school JP Media. Never skip school big day event. Yes, we can never escape the culture festival. The one in charge will essentially prepare a bunch of fortune-telling methods and use them on whoever stops by. They've gone with this plan because the one in charge wants to test out these so-called methods. Fortune-telling, reading one's fate. Ah yes, how ironic for all of us who are, quote-unquote, as, our lovely deity says, we are all slaves of fate. It's like, great. Okay. Funny how they've ended up with that after the things I've experienced. Indeed, Rinka, indeed. At least I'm not involved in the plans or being asked my opinion. They're just going to ask me and Miharu to help the day of. Okay, that's good. Mao, on the other hand, seems fascinated by the whole thing. She'll be helping to prep it as well as work longer than we will during the festival.
真面目な顔して思わせぶりなこと言っておけばいいんだよね。うち得意な気がする。
Nice. Just what you'd expect from her. I wonder if they'll manage to finish everything on time since the culture festival's in 2 weeks. I bet we're the only class this far behind schedule. I already feel exhausted and it's barely 10 p.m. Well, it makes sense considering I left the house so early this morning. Ironic that you say it's 10 p.m. Currently, it is 10:11 p.m. Also, actually, summary, yeah. Week 5. Okay. Fight between Rinka and Miharu. Bested and selected. Miharu can't be blah blah blah. Naomi, right. Preparations going. Naomi has restless. Lion house. We go here. We go to numeral 4. Yoshizuka. Child started living in his house. Yes. Midnight. Rinka asked Miharu herself. Why because she has Rinka's cause of death card, she can't allow that. Yeah. That Hebinata Miharu. Yes. Okay. Well, yep. Well, makes sense considering I left the house so early this morning. Shiro is Rinka confirmed. The joke's on you, I'm just in the game. Help. Help. I've been trapped in here for 50 years. It's like, please, someone, please help me. I have been, locked inside this visual novel for, who knows how long. If I don't escape, I'm going to die. Thanks. Real Sword Art Online shit. Ushizuka Shigetsugu. I repeat the elderly man's name in my head to make sure I don't forget it. Now I have to find out his cause of death and regret, but I'm not sure how to go about it. Wait, did we not have his cause of death? Oh no, we only have the name. Okay. But we know the cause of death from other characters, which is starvation. I'm still curious about that girl staying with him too. While I do have her cause of death card, all I know is that a fire is involved, nothing else. And that's probably the biggest issue with the cards dealt to us at the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, also, why is the volume feels very quiet? Oh, no, I think that it's just me. Hold on, I might just turn up my own volume. Yeah, we'll do that. Alrighty, hi Shiro, sorry I'm somewhat late. Hi everyone. Hello Tristan, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And don't worry about it, we just kind of started. Also, I'm realizing the chat is in the way. So, you're going into the corner. Alright, right up here. Or actually, right up here. There you go, guys. You're enjoying things in the top left corner now. Monica Shiro. Your reality cover in the future now with darker context. I should honestly, I know how old the game is now. Well, it's not that old, but it's no, it is kind of old now. But I should do a cover maybe of Your Reality. That would be funny. But also homage to the fact that I still very much enjoy that game. Yes. As if things aren't difficult enough, I got Federico and number 11 to worry about as well. Things may have gone well enough yesterday and today, but that doesn't mean I'm a pro when it comes to tailing people and such. It's entirely possible that I'll mess up at some point and get myself stuck in a tight spot. Regardless, I can't sit back and let those two get the upper hand. One option is to throw caution to the wind and approach Ushizuka directly, but that's too risky. Numero 11 would likely end up adding me to her list of targets alongside him and the girl if I did that. I tried searching Ushizuka Shigetsugu on the internet, but I don't get any relevant results. Getting info on him without putting myself out there seems tricky. I can't just waltz over to City Hall and ask for his family register when I'm completely unrelated to him either. And that's why I'm going to approach things from a different angle. I do have an advantage over that duo. A majority of the participants, myself included, are from Japan, plus most are located near Shinjuku, an area rich with schoolgirls just like me. It keeps me from standing out in most situations, which is advantageous. The only issue is that the sole approach I can think of involves questioning the locals near his residence. Actually, that might not be too bad of an idea. I did shuffle over there pretty early this morning, so there weren't many people around. It's probably why those two showed up when they did, too. They aimed for a time when few people would be around. Yeah. We do have that one advantage, which is honestly something we can utilize, but we still run risks. There's always a trade-off risk here. It's hardly normal to ask questions about some random old man, but hey, I'll still seem less suspicious than either of those two doing the same. If I really need to, I can even pretend to be the granddaughter of an ex-wife or something. I just need to act like Naomi did at the hospital where Keiko was. I'll try going in the evening. Everyone's running around shopping around then. Not only does it give me more people to question, but I can also blend into the crowds if need be. With that sorted, I should sleep as much as possible, so I'll be ready to take action. But just as I'm about to turn off the lights, I hear a distinct meow coming from down by my feet. It's none other than Leith, our friendly little freeloading cat. Lete. I always make sure to feed it and have water out, so I doubt it's hungry. It doesn't respond to my question, of course. It'd be freaky if it did. I want to give it some attention, but I'm a bit too tired tonight. I flick the light off and clamber into bed. Lete follows suit, which is rare. It prefers to sleep atop the covers, not under them. This little rascal has a habit of using my stomach as its pillow, too. I stroke its head for a moment before shutting my eyes and focusing on sleep. It's amazing how warm something with such a tiny body can be. Oh. We haven't seen this sight since the beginning of the game. Okay. There's a term for when one realizes they're dreaming, lucid dreaming. Ever since Divine Selection began, I've experienced it at least once per week. Granted, I'm not quite sure that you can call what goes on in the Court of Fate a dream. Whatever, I find myself once again in a strange place, despite knowing for a fact that I went to sleep not long ago.
Yeah.
It's you again, Mr. Very Gendered. God, why is he so pretty? He... goals.
お久しぶり。でもないのかな。私は人間の時間の感覚がよくわからなくてね。
Huh. Who are you? Honestly, who are you? We have no explanation for your existence, We have the other girl's existence confirmed, but I don't know who the hell you are. Would them or weed by them? God, like honestly, he is wearing such a fit. This is the earrings, the gold, the purple and the blue, like, and the long hair, just perfect. I've seen this man once before. Okay, so we do recall. It's only now that I remember having met him in my dreams before, though.
私のことは覚えているかい？いや、今思い出したのだろうね。
Indeed. Also, I love the various clocks behind. This is still such a cool image with all the clocks. And every single one just being different.
君が君の大事な記憶を忘れてしまっているように、この夢の中での出来事も忘れてしまうという必然性があるからね。
Oh, so we're just gonna... Okay. I want to say something, but I find myself unable to speak. He dominates the conversation.
君はコーヒーのお店をやっているそうだけれど、私は紅茶の方に興味があってね。
Oh yeah. I did make this comment because I remember how the cat looks. I don't... Well, maybe I didn't make this comment out loud, but are he and the cat the same? Or is this just the cat? I swear if this is the cat and the cat's just a magical being, oh god.
一度アフタヌーンティーというものを楽しみたいと思っているのだけれど、もっともこの夢の世界では一緒に語り合う相手がいないどころか、ティーセットというものが存在しないこと自体が残念だよ。
Well, also you're not quite in the physical world, so I'm sorry you can't have tea. But also, no, it is interesting that they made a very clear point in mentioning that Lete jumped into our bed and laid beside us. We're suddenly getting this dream with this guy again. So that's just my assumption. It makes sense, but we still don't have enough evidence. But then it's like, what the hell are you then? This man knows who I am. I'm not sure how important that realization is when I'm likely to forget everything he says, though.
さて、そろそろ雑談もいいだろう。今夜はもう一つ、君の抜け落ちていた記憶が舞い戻ってきたのだからね。
Oh.
お祝いの言葉を告げるために、わざわざ出向かせていただいたよ。
Oh, we're recalling him? Okay, so we're gonna remember something now.
どんな記憶かって？おっと、君が夢の中で記憶を取り戻す前に出てきてしまったね。
Thanks, man.
やはり人間の時間の概念は難しい。一方的に流れるだけではあるのだけれど、感覚がつかみにくいよ。
Okay.
では、朝を迎える前に少しだけ君の記憶を思い出すといい。
Alrighty. Are we going to recall what are we going to recall though? Our cause of death or our regret? I'm guessing it would be cause of death, not regret. Because regret is definitely going to be the most important part of this. And definitely I'm guessing like a really big factor in a choice later on. So I'm standing alone in the court of fate. I'm on the same platform as usual, but for some reason none of the other participants are here.
ごきげんよう。運命の奴隷となってしまった哀れな子羊様。
Okay, so this is our first meeting with Parka then. A girl dressed in all white addresses me. It's Parka. She stands in front of me despite the fact that there's no solid surface beneath her feet. I watch from a distance as both of us face one another. I conclude that this is one of my memories since I'm able to watch myself as though I am a third party.
命を落としてしまったあなた様の精神は今、運命をさまよってらっしゃいますわ。ですが、あなた様は改変された運命の中で、女神の選定の参加者になっていただきます。
Okay. She begins to tell me about divine selection. She explains all the rules. I watch myself try to get a word in every now and then, but she ignores each attempt. Everything she's explaining here is the exact same as what she told us during the first election. Memories of an explanation I had heard before. This must have taken place right after I died then. Considering the in-depth explanation she's giving, it's no wonder she was unimpressed with me when I asked her about it again. Well, remembering this explanation of rules I already know is more pointless than one would expect to.
ただし、忘れてはいけないことが一つございます。
Oh.
あなた様方12人は皆、12週間後の同じ時、
Oh, yes.
同じ場所にいた可能性を持っていました。
Yeah, initially foretold that all same place at same times 12 weeks from now.
一度は失われてしまった未来で到達していたはずの場所。その場所こそ、あなた様方の運命の終着点となりますわ。
Final destination.
選定で最後の一人となられましたら、必ずその時までにその場所へ向かってくださいませ。
忘れてはいけない. How do I explain this? You tell me not to forget. Well, I'm sorry I willingly forgot. Well, I unwillingly forgot, not willingly.
運命の終着点にたどり着いて、初めてあなたが死の運命を回避し、生き残ることができたという運命が定着いたしますわ。
Reaching the final destination will serve as proof that you are alive, and will thus overwrite your death for good. I don't know if we knew that everyone would meet at the same place in 12 weeks, but I don't think we knew that you had to go somewhere specific. Wait, so you have to be somewhere very specific. Okay. Huh. But I don't think she is told. She hasn't told us that, I don't think. Huh. Also, give me 1 second. I just realized I don't think I closed the door. Alrighty, I am back. Okay, let me recalibrate just in case. Okay.
もし運命の終着点にたどり着かなければ、それはその時のお楽しみということにいたしましょう。
Okay, she definitely did not say this during the first election. What the fuck does that mean? If you fail to reach it, well, I would hate to spoil the surprise should that come to pass. So something happens. Is it like one of those things where it's like, hey, guess what? There is no, wait. What? Okay, no, I doubt it's like, no, guess what? Your fate is not going to be overwritten. It's going to be something weird. Oh, God. She didn't mention a specific time or place. Instead, she placed her finger on my brow. She closed her eyes, and then her finger began to glow. She didn't need words for this part. With that touch, Parka etched the final destination into our minds. Oh, so we're given. Curse you, game. You're not letting me see it. No. God damn it. Okay. But we have to be somewhere at a certain time at a certain place. If you fail to reach it, something happens, but we don't know what. Parka seems extraordinarily excited at the prospect of that thing happening, which I can only assume means is that she kind of wants it to happen. Or it's something else. It makes me wonder if she'll like interfere with us trying to get there. Damn, okay. My eyes jolt open after a night of sleep. I remember exactly what I saw in my dream. Immediately after my death, I was taken to the Court of Fate and met with Parka. She explained all the rules that I had heard during the first election. No wonder she was so unimpressed when I asked again. I'm fairly sure she told me my cause of death and regret as well, but I can't remember any of that, so we still don't get those cards. I remember something far more important though. Yeah. And this was the first time I'd heard of it. Becoming the final participant alone isn't enough. I will need to get to this place afterwards. It's a place I know quite well. Oh, we have to go to the park. Interesting. It's a huge park located in Shinjuku, a plaza from which you can see a clock tower-esque building in the distance there. It's one of my favorite spots. What a coincidence that there's a clock tower, or some building like it. And that's where all 12 of us are meant to gather, the final destination of our individual fates. It's hard not to be surprised. That park is pretty close to my home. 12 weeks after Divine Selection begins, or 7 weeks from now. The weather will likely be nice, so I can't say that I wouldn't have gone for a walk there. Besides, it's also a popular tourist spot. Sonia mentioned that she had planned on coming to Japan with her family in the first place. It wouldn't be surprising if she would have gone there with them. As for the others, I'm not sure why they'd go there. But the fact remains that it's a popular spot. There are plenty of reasons to check it out. It also explains the deja vu I felt there when talking to Naomi. Parker had shown me that scenery once before. I'm not sure how to describe the sensation I experienced when she did so. I guess it'd be similar to the feeling you got when you're dreaming. I can finally answer a number of questions that I've been asking myself. It explains why most participants are Japanese, as well as why those who aren't have gathered in Japan, right? Parker never did explain why that place is our final destination. Much like how she never discussed how or why divine selection exists, she probably deemed it to be unnecessary information. Either way, I've managed to regain an important memory regarding the whole process. By the time I finished processing this revelation, I noticed a certain feline isn't beside me anymore. Guess it slinked off at some point while I was asleep. They are doing this on purpose. You cannot mention this goddamn cat and to show us this guy. Game, I know what you're doing. Oh? Wait. Oh, you did a... I let slip an awful cat pun without even thinking about it. God damn it. At least there's no one at the door. Even Renka's ashamed of the cat puns. He is Poco. He is simply Poco. One day I think I'll need to draw either draw or commission a work of human Poco. Or human Catboy Poco. I will do that at some point. And who knows, maybe one day maybe I'll learn some nice magic that can make it actually happen. Totally not Totally not a thing I was thinking about doing in the future. No, no, no. I might have gone ahead and elected myself for elimination if someone caught me saying that. Just as I start to get ready for school, I check the time and my heart nearly jumps out of my throat. I must have been in a pretty deep sleep. I woke up half an hour later than usual. And we're back here. Here we go again, loitering around Ushizuka Shigesuga's house. Seems like he's the kind of guy who enjoys his morning walks. He might be happy that he doesn't need to worry about his back pain, but come on. How does anyone enjoy walking the same path over and over again? Whatever. The only thing we care about is that there's no one home this time of day. Okay, so I'm guessing, yeah, this thing, it's Federico. We're trying to think of a way to sneak in while he's out. And when I asked Odette what we'd do inside, she gave me a quick answer. Alrighty. Hi, Odette. Missed all of your muscles. It's been a while. Not that any more needs to be said, it's pretty obvious what we'll do. The only piece of info we're missing is his regret. Chances are he's been living here forever, based on the crappy condition of this house. That means he'll have stuff that's been sitting around for ages. The kind of stuff that'll point us toward his regret most likely. But basically, we gotta find keepsakes or mementos that link to the life he's led. Girl, that's how you alert the police. You are in Japan. She is, not even the, mommy status. She is mother. I would call her a mother. Hello, mother. Anyways, we're moving on from that. Why did I say this shit? God. Anyways. Trust her to make it even more obvious that she's about to commit a crime. Jeez, ain't no way we can get away with doing that in a place like this. It's not the middle of night either, it's still way too early in the morning. We at least avoided the morning rush, but that doesn't mean the streets are empty. I let out an exasperated sigh, loud enough for Odette to hear, before offering my own suggestion. Indeed. Okay, that's good at least. You recruited a mafioso. He at least knows how to do some shit.
最新式の鍵なんか無理だろうがな。3分程度でいい。人が来ないかを見張っててくれ。あのジジイは孤立してるが、さすがに俺みたいなのが鍵をこじ開けてたら通報される。
True.
Okay. ま、たまにはてめえにも見せ場を作ってやろう。
Just as she shoots a smirk at me, someone makes their way out of the house. Bingo. He's off for another morning walk. After making sure he's far enough away, we slip over to the door.
よし、俺の出番だ。道の方を見ててくれよ。
任せた。しかしよ、てめえあのジジイが出てくるところ見てたろ。
ほう。
あいつ、鍵閉めてたか？
あ。
I get what she's talking about. Man, you're never getting your moment. He never did turn around to lock the door after leaving. When I think about it, he didn't lock it yesterday either. I guess that's why Odette never mentioned anything about the lock in the first place. I bite my tongue to stop myself from cursing at her before twisting the doorknob. Oh, lovely. Oh, goodness. So much for getting my time to shine. Okay, interesting. Let me... Random doll, another like Japanese style doll, some like Some small shoes. This looks like things for like maybe a granddaughter or like old mementos of a child. Big bottle in a box. Bunch of newspapers. Okay. Huh. I open the door, remove my shoes, and carry them in one hand as I make my way in. The interior looks the way I expected. Dilapidated wooden furniture, newspapers and magazines littered all over, etc. But holy hell, is it small. I don't know if it's normal for Japanese houses or not, but you can barely fit anything in here. In fact, me and Odette can't stand shoulder to shoulder without getting pressed against one of the walls.
さて、家宅捜索としゃれ込もうぜ。
Her expression is glowing as she opens and closes her hands in a grabbing motion. You probably don't need to worry about being loud while he's out, but I'm not too comfortable with Odette speaking at her typical volume.
誰?
Oh yeah, she's here. That's the issue. There is a person living inside this house. Ah, God. That little question takes us by complete surprise. It's a kid's voice.
Huh?
I don't recognize the voice either. That geezer's supposed to be living by himself, so there shouldn't be anyone else here. I know I didn't imagine it though. Someone definitely called out to us.
厄介だな。
What are you gonna do? Knock her the fuck out?
二人いるんだね。
Oh boy. The voice is more clear this time, but I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. It's definitely a kid though.
聞いたことがある声だ。夢の中で。お前たちの声は知っている。
Ah, yes, it's them. Right. Rinka's assuming girl, but we don't actually know that for a fact. Well, that helps to explain things. Ain't no doubt about it now. The run's a participant. Based on the voice, it's gotta be numeral 4.
ブランク。てめえが白紙のガキだな。
Into the blank kid. Oh, is it because they don't know anything about 4? Right. Well, let me check. Right, they have 0 leads on who 4 is. And the only thing we know about 4 is 4's cause of death. We don't know anything else about this person. Yeah.
3番と11番の人たち。まさか2人が協力していたなんて。
Yeah, they're a lethal duo. I forgot there was another stream from you today. I have arrived, Madam Phantom. Hello, Adam. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We are back in Fatal 12, and we're having an encounter here. Well, Ninka's not, but Odette and Federico are encountering, as you can see, little guy.
ジジイと4番のガキが協力していたなんて。
Yes. It is an interesting choice of duo. It's definitely like, why? What led to this? We express our mutual disbelief simultaneously. With that out of the way, the kid approaches us. Looks to be just over 5 feet tall. 5 feet tall. Ain't Japanese based on the facial features, that's for sure. Looks real young though. I guess they're in middle school. I guess they're in the middle of puberty, so 13 or 14. Their voice hasn't broken either, which makes it a doozy to discern gender. Based on their overall figure, though, I guess female. So yeah, we're all guessing female. Apparently. Everyone's guessing female.
どういう意味？ブランクってのがこいつの使命なのか。それに、そもそもどうして名前を。
ああ、言ってなかったな。こいつの使命は私の初期カードの1枚だ。
This kid's name was part of my initial batch. Oh, so you initially had this name. Wait.
だが言った通り、内容はブランク。白紙で何も書かれちゃいなかった。直接会えばわかるとも思っていたが、残念。まだわかってねえな。
Oh, so we also have another participant who. Oh, I wonder if the same case as like Rinka, where there's memory gaps. But that would be interesting. That if she doesn't remember their name. Oh, huh? Why is it blank? What the heck? Huh. This kid's expression shifts upon hearing Odette's claim. Their guard has just gone up.
ブランクってのは名前がないってことなのか。
No name. What? Okay, so we're not gonna get anything.
さあな。どうなんだ?
Ma'am, that is a threat.
教えると思う?
The kid tries to provoke Odette with a glare, so she scoffs back.
まあそれは僕自身知らないから答えられないんだけど。
Oh. You don't know your name. Is it amnesia or you just don't know what your name is?
選定に参加しているのは分かっているけど、どうして死んだのか、それまでにどうやって生きてきたのか、自分の名前さえも分かっていない。
Oh. No. They're exactly like Rinka, except at least Rinka knew her name. Rinka knew her name, but they just don't remember jack shit. Meaning they don't remember, wait, what my life was like, not even my own. Oh, they don't remember anything. So they don't remember the fact that they brought a bomb onto a train. What the hell? It might also be the thing with Miharu where they have a name. Well, a little late with the comment, but we've learned now. There's just nothing. Fully. But we know. Okay. The one thing we do know, though, is their cause of death. And I wonder if that. Well, if they don't remember their own name, then why do we have. The name card was blank. Name card was blank, but we have the cause of death, and we know it's fire. I wonder if the regret would be blank as well. We don't know that, though. We know the name card's blank. If the regret is blank, that would be interesting. And we also still don't know who has Rinka's regret. We know that Miharu has our cause of death, but we haven't heard about what the cause of. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about what the cause of death is. Right, I'm pretty sure.
"女神は不親切だな。その状態で選定に参加させるとは。肉体だけまともにすりゃいいわけじゃなかろうに。公平性なんてありゃしねえ。
Well, Odette, Parker doesn't give a shit.
妙に同情してるな。
Ah,
同情じゃねえよ。
it's pity.
哀れみだ。
With that, she moves her sights back onto the kid.
ジジイとは協力しているのか？
協力？知らないよ。僕たちはただ普通に生活しているだけだ。選定に参加する気はないからね。
なんだって？
おとなしく死んでもいいってことか？
そうじゃない。お前たちが脱落させ合ってくれれば、最後に残るのは僕たち二人だ。
That true. Honestly, not a bad not a bad strategy.
二人残ったらどうする？
おじいちゃんに生きてほしい。おじいちゃんは迷子になっている僕を助けてくれた。選定の参加者だと分かっているのに家に引き取ってくれた。
Oh.
記憶がないから未練も分からないんだよ。でもおじいちゃんと暮らすのは楽しいから、僕は少しでも長い時間この生活を続けたい。
Both of us are staring the kid down, but they don't flinch in the slightest. Normally I'd call bullshit on a story like that, but the kid's different. Their expression makes it clear they ain't lying.
もう察しはついてると思うけどよ。私らはこの家にジジイの未練の手がかりになるものがないかを探しに来たんだ。
未練？おじいちゃんの死因じゃなくて。
残念だったな。てめえの大切なジジイの死因はもう見つけてるんだ。
そう。ならおじいちゃんの情報に関わるものは絶対に見つけさせちゃいけないね。だからお前たちをおじいちゃんの家には入れさせない。
They lower their tone of voice, making their threat obvious to us both. This sudden shift takes me by surprise, but I mean, we're dealing with a kid.
つまりジジイの未練につながるものがこの家にはあるわけだ。あるいはてめえ自身が知っているか。
どうして？
てめえはいちいちうかつなんだよ。喋りすぎだ。
そっか。おじいちゃん以外の参加者に初めて会ったけど必死なんだね。だから僕の一言一言を注意して聞いている。
Kid is trying to play 40 chess. Okay.
おい、もういいだろ。
Oh boy.
これ以上このガキと話してても仕方がない。
Oh.
ここまで来ちまったんだから。力ずくで教えるしかないだろ。
Oh boy. I glance over at Odette to get her agreement. She smiles and nods in response.
たまにはてめえとも気が合うな。こうなっちまった以上、こいつを黙らせて、ジジイが戻ってくる前に家を捜索する。
Oh boy.
ジジイが帰ってきたところで黙らせるのは問題ねえが、選定までまだ数日ある。その間に警察を呼ばれたら面倒だ。
I am thinking the same thing. Things would get real annoying real fast if someone were to cause a ruckus here. Our passports and stuff might be good fakes, but it'd be tricky to sneak around with the police on our asses. We ain't the most decent people in the world either. They'll find plenty to hold us on if they're given a reason to check our histories.
この家には監視カメラもないんだ。てめえを喋れない状態にしちまえば、それで十分だ。
言っておくが、俺たちにかなうと思うんじゃねえぞ。今どいたら許してやる。
てめえは自分より弱そうな相手に対しては強気だな。
Thanks, Odette.
うっせえ。
Yeah, these two are funny. Both of us move toward the kid, but they still won't budge. Hell, they provoke us even more.
おじいちゃんは僕が守るよ。
Oh, they're in a fighting stance. Oh boy.
いい度胸だ。おい、私は入り口の方を見てるから、てめえで片付けろ。
任せな。
The quickest way to shut someone up is to crush their throat. Jesus. It won't kill them, but it'll keep them from singing for a few solid days. I step forward through the narrow hallway, my hand aimed at the kid's throat. They managed to move quickly enough to dodge under me. It's pretty common for smaller targets, but in the end the kid's just a kid. I've got the longer reach, not to mention the physical advantage. They turn their back to me and make their way further into the house. All they've done is move into another room. Noise travels pretty easily in a cramped house like this, so as long as it ain't one of them ninja houses, it shouldn't be hard to find them. They pop out from the room they ran into. I kick them with my left leg. It creates enough distance so that they won't be able to reach me. They dodge under me again, but it's not a big deal. As I bring my leg back down, I smack the kid with the back of my heel. It connects with their shoulder, causing them to falter for a moment. I was aiming for their head, but they ducked out of the way in time. With my foot planted back on the ground, I move in for the kill again.
Oi, baka! Sagare!
Before I can react, the kid has slid right beneath me. They use the impact from my heel hitting them to close the gap between us. Don't tell me the brat actually let themselves take the hit. It's too late for me to do anything, though. I have no idea if I managed to let out a scream or not. I tried to block it, but there was no way. The kid clenched their fist and let loose with a flying uppercut straight into my crotch. Oh, damn. Before the pain kicks in, I lose all feeling in my body for just a moment. And then the sharpest of pain rushes through me, almost like the organs above my groin are being strangled. Rest in peace, Frederico's fucking balls. My hands cover my crotch on reflex as I crumple to my knees. They don't stop there though. Pain starts to rush through my shoulder next. This isn't pain from a blunt strike though. It's from a sharp object. Oh god, did they grab a knife? Pfft. Damn. They're holding a knife. What is that? A knife! They're holding a knife in their right hand, which they had used to stab my shoulder. Too much description on that crotch shot, I felt that. Rip to every male viewer in the stream. I am sorry. Ooh. Fortunately, it hit the seam of my jacket, so I got away with a minor cut. They must have run into that room to grab the knife, so I assume it was the kitchen. Jeez. I do my best to collect myself, but the pain from my crotch isn't making it easy to move. Man is still reeling. They retract the knife and take aim for a second stab. Somehow I managed to throw myself out of the way just in the nick of time, although doing so leads me to face planting into the floor. I turn to face them and I see no hesitation on their face whatsoever. Wait, but you can't end them. You can't, but you could still mortally wound them to a point where they wouldn't be able to do much. Because even if they can't die, an injury's still gonna, like, disable someone for a bit. I turn to face them and see no hesitation on their face whatsoever. At least the pain's starting to fade. I raise my knees in order to kick myself back onto my feet and dodge the knife. Turns out that isn't their plan of attack. Instead, I can tell another shot in my crotch is coming. There we go. Not wanting to experience that again, my body unconsciously ducks in order to dodge it. Look at this fighting stance. They are ready. The next moment, a mammoth shadow passes over top of me. Ah, hello, Odette with your big kicks. Odette has launched her massive leg right in front of the kid. They block with both arms crossed in the front of their face, but the impact still sends them flying across the hall.
てめえはバカか。あんなガキに負けやがって。
Odette, it's like you are fucking pathetic.
負けてね。
Nobody in the world would believe that. If I'm being honest, I am terrified by how focused they were on decimating my loins. This is the scene ever. The kid flings the knife across the hall toward us. Odette dodges it with ease, which leads it to clattering harmlessly on the floor. But the knife wasn't twirling around or anything mid-air. It flew straight as an arrow.
てめえ、何者だ。
Yeah, no, that's if you can throw a knife straight like that, you are trained in some form of combat. Or who knows, maybe you're a knife thrower for a circus.
僕もわからないよ。でも体が勝手に動くんだ。
I don't know, I just got reflexes.
記憶喪失だろうが、体に染みついた技術ってのは体が覚えてるらしいからな。
Odette plucks the knife from the floor and chucks it back at the kid with even greater speed and precision. They knock it aside with a frying pan they've grabbed from nearby before scuttling off into the room across from where they got the knife. It was a tiny window of opportunity, but they took full advantage of it.
また武器か。おい、早く立て。
Odette is having the time of life. Time of her life. I jump to my feet the millisecond she shouts at me.
今度はなんだ。
さっきは殺そうとしたからダメだったんだ。選定中は脱落以外では死ねないから。
Yeah. They reappear muttering something at us.
これでどう？
They brandish something in both their hands, which they then heave towards us. I'm guessing I'm their target again.
当たるかよ。
Looks like they've decided to chuck screwdrivers this time. 4 of them, each around 4 inches long, are heading my way. Not like they'll hurt unless they catch you right in the eyes or mouth. Not great weapons, unlike the knife. All 4 scatter across the floor as I dodge them with a backstep. Odette charges in as soon as I back to evade the flying tools.
こっちは2人だ。忘れちゃいけねえ。
She prepares to use a spin kick. The kid must have seen it coming though. They grab Odette's leg with their left hand and propel themselves upward in what looks like a handstand. Jeez. The ceiling is low down enough that their feet reach it after that maneuver. Following that, they utilize the ceiling to propel themselves forward toward me yet again. With an even bigger knife in hand, mind you. Holy shit.
狙いは俺かよ。
I ain't dumb enough to let someone leap straight into me. Their skill might have taken me by surprise, but I can dodge this no problem. I slide my right foot back to do so.
もうどうしててめえはそんなにバカなんだ。
Her insult isn't directed toward the kid, but me. My foot doesn't slide across the floor when I pull it back. Instead, I trip over something.
なんだと。
It's not like I've tripped over thin air either. My foot is caught onto something hard. It's one of those screwdrivers the kid had thrown at me a moment ago. Damn, this is a combat
今
scene.
度は外さない。
今度は外せない. Quiet. The kid uses the opening to thrust the knife into my side. This time it digs deep into me. Ooh. They retract the knife immediately and put some distance between us, their eyes watching Odette all the while. Blood starts gushing out of me, dousing my jacket. Fortunately, my ribs took the brunt of the blow, so my insides aren't damaged. I probably have a few cracked ribs, though. Oh, God. That probably would have killed me had the kid been a bit stronger.
足引っ張りやがって大惨だ
I'm already starting to lose consciousness when she says that. From what I managed to hear, the kid has no intention of chasing us down. Holy crap. That was a combat scene. Kid had not only one knife, but two knives. Jesus. Anyways, and then I dream. A dream so foreign to reality that I almost think it's another world entirely. I dream a dream about the one thing I've ever truly cared about. About the regret that only I could know about. There's an even more simple reason behind how I can tell it's just a dream. Because there's no hope of me ever achieving. This is a reality that will never come to fruition. A desire that I've convinced myself to give up on. The fact that I'm dreaming of it now proves I've still got regrets about it though. Where does Federico even get medical help though? Pray that he won't be questioned on where he got the injury, or does Odette have medical experience? Considering that Odette's like a sea captain, or like did stuff on the sea, like a pirate, I'm guessing she knows first aid just to keep things like easy. I'm assuming. Interesting though. Okay, so we don't get a card from her. Huh. Interesting. Just as I start to wonder why my ass hurts, I notice that I'm sitting by a road. Odette's standing beside me, a plastic bag in hand. I assume she dragged me all this way from that house. Must have stopped by a convenience store on the way to buy some provisions too. My sight is still killing me, but it's all bandaged up and treated. Okay, yeah.
戦場では応急手当てが重要だ。
Yeah.
菌が入って可能しちまうと手遅れなことが多い。
Yeah.
悪いな。
たく弱すぎるんだよてめえは。
I can't find any words to rebuke her with. I just click my tongue and shake my head. I looked down on the kid because of their age, but it wasn't just that. They completely outplayed me.
だがまあ、あのガキは記憶喪失とか言ってたが、ありゃ昔に訓練でも受けてたんじゃねえかな。それこそ。おい、どうした？
あんたは俺を見捨てればよかったんじゃないか。
何塩らしくなってんだ気持ち悪い。それにな、協力するって言ったんだ。てめえにはまだ利用価値があると思ってる。私は約束は守るぜ。基本的にはな。
Usually.
基本的にって何なんだよ。
まあ、これでも飲んだろ。
She hands me a miniature bottle of wine. Normal folks wouldn't give an injured person alcohol, but hey, she's anything but normal. As further proof, she's already downing a drink herself.
チリさんか。ま、俺の国の上物が道端で売られてても困るけどよ。
減らず口が言えるなら余裕そうだな。ま、てめえは今週くらいは安静にしておいた方がいい。
Yeah. Just me, huh? No point in arguing with her when I know she won't listen. Instead, I pour the wine down my throat like it's water. It ain't top shelf stuff, but Chile's wine is pretty decent for the price. The taste of red wine helps me to settle down. Ooh, red wine is great. You won't find many people out on the street drinking wine straight from the bottle back in Italy, but I gotta admit, I ain't against it. After enjoying our wine and a sandwich, we trudge back to our hotel.
次は、私があいつをぶっ倒す。あのガキは楽しめそうだったからな。
Oh, Dad just wants to fight people. You don't argue with Odette, you simply say yes. Yes, you just tell her yes, ma'am, and you move on with your life. I can tell that she isn't gonna go out looking for revenge on my part. That'd be pretty unnerving by itself, but I know her, and she's doing it for her own sake. It's been over a month since Divine Selection started, so I've managed to pick up enough clues to figure out what she's thinking every now and then. It's pretty ridiculous, but she's just looking forward to pummeling that kid. Yeah, no, that's correct, Federico. That one ain't too hard to read. And Attempt 2 by Jinka. After school, I make my way into the district where Shigetsugu lived. I know the way by heart at this point, and I've gotten somewhat familiar with the area after all. I should be able to escape in a busier area if I somehow bump into that duo. Let's do it. I give myself a little pep talk out loud. Today's main goal is to ask around to find out anything I can about the relationship between Shigetsugu and that girl. Things go south almost immediately, though. Ah, hello. Someone approaches me from behind. The very person I was about to gather info on meets my gaze when I spin around. He may be short, but he looks as tenacious up close as he did from afar in the dream world. He stares at me with a stone-cold poker face, a plastic bag in hand. I freeze the moment our eyes meet. Mitsuki wari. Yeah, bet. Colin, damn, really saying that too about our eyes, saying we're threatening, mate. We're just a person, man. His posture makes him look exhausted. He's completely unfazed, despite having run into another participant. Now that I think about it, he didn't react in the slightest when numeral 11 got her hands on his name card. He may sound somewhat surprised, but at the same time, he seems a bit apathetic. What?
戦場
What the?
まさか別の参加者と。
そんなことはない。わしの戦場は駅前にあるんじゃ。
What? I'm completely baffled by his statement. I guess it means he successfully reeled me in, though. I start to panic with that thought in mind.
朝早くから並んで、いい場所を取るところから戦いが始まっとるんじゃ。それで大の争奪戦に勝ったら、そこから真剣勝負じゃ。
Oh, no. Is this for like a restaurant? Is he like trying to line up for like a sale or something?
大当たりの演出が入った時は最高に盛り上がるわい。
Oh no. He's talking of oh, I know what he's talking about. Jackpot, fanfare, and a good spot. Not to mention, this all takes place by the station. The station isn't huge, but it has all your typical storefronts around it. Coffee shops, diners, the shopping district, and...
パチンコ
Pachinko.
正解じゃ。
So he's a gambler. His laugh is hearty and sincere. The scowl on his face remains, though, and it leads me to believe that he's the kind of person whose facial expressions don't quite match up how they actually feel.
では、ご褒美にチョコレートをあげよ
う。Oh, thanks for the chocolate. He produces a bar of chocolate from his bag and hands it to me. I stare at it for a few seconds before turning him down.
私を油断させようとしてるんですか？
残念じゃの。今時の子はチョコ程度じゃ喜んでくれんか。あの子は目をキラキラさせてくれるのにの。
Aw. Oh, he's talking about her. Aw, the kid.
あなたの家に住んでる女の子のことですか？
あって、女の子は住んでいないがの。
Oh.
とぼけないでください。
I tried to sound as threatening as I can muster. Letting him lead the conversation any longer is too risky, especially when I can't gauge his intentions.
おお、怖い怖い。
I stare him down as he tries to tease me. It's possible that he's trying to rope me in and extract useful information out of me, so I try my best to say as little as possible.
さっきも言ったろ。端的に言って、わしはお主らと争う気はないんじゃ。老い先短いじじいだからの。こうやって少しだけ寿命が伸びただけでも幸せもんじゃ。
Ah.
おかげでしばらく行けんかったパチンコにも行けるしの。すごいぞ。選定が始まってからわしは収支がプラスなんじゃよ。
I refused to say anything in response to his random conversation.
ただの、お主、帰ってくれぬか。
He finally confronts me, possibly after realizing that I will stay quiet if he doesn't.
わしはいいんじゃが、生かしたい子もおってな。
It has to be the girl. I already know for sure that they're living together, which means he's feigning ignorance.
あの子がおのずから戦う意志を持ってくれるまでは静かに暮らしていたいんじゃ。
Their own.
隠居したじじいの頼みじゃから聞いてはくれんかの。
それはその子を勝たせたいってことですよね。だったら聞けない。
ま、そうじゃな。しかしこういうのはどうじゃろ。
His tone becomes grave and his expression somehow even more tenacious as he speaks.
お主とは会わなかったことにしてやる。それならあの子もお主を脱落させることはないじゃろ。
Oh, okay. This is... That isn't actually a bad deal.
してやるですか？あなたの方が年上ですけど、この状況で上から目線は間違いです。牛塚重次さん。
わしの名前を知った程度でいい気になっておるのか。
He doesn't falter when confronted with my threat. He opts to provoke me instead.
なんての。さっきも言ったろ。わしはお主らと敵対するつもりはないんじゃよ。
His tone returns to normal, although his expression remains unchanged. We've made absolutely no progress. I guess his age and experience means it won't be easy to reel him in.
特にお主は一部の参加者と違って何の変哲もない痛いけな不女子じゃ。若いうちに死んでしまったのは残念じゃが、少しでも長く生きるためには他の参加者と関わらないのが一番じゃぞ。
Jeez, okay.
なんじゃ。
I'm not sure how, but I managed to stop myself from screaming in his face. I've just about had it with him talking to me like I'm some dumb kid.
私は少しでも長く生きるためにこうしているんじゃない。答えを見つけたいから。じっとなんてしてられない。
Is my life worth casting aside the lives of others for? What is my regret? What awaits myself and Miharu when all is said and done? Is fate really something we can't hope to go against? I can't let myself die until I find the answers to all these questions. I have no intention of living a quiet life if I'm unable to do so.
答えか。お主がどんな疑問を持っているのかは知らんが、たやすいことではないぞ。
だから何？あなたに何がわかるって言うんですか？
懐かしいの。そのセリフ、わしの元を去ってしまった娘たちにもよく言われたものじゃ。
Musume. He said musume meaning daughter. It says family here, but before your That lady from the other day mentioned that he's been living alone ever since his family abandoned him. Oh no, he got to her. He could get more info from her. I don't think he's actually legitimately trying to get info out of her, but I think there's some communication happening here. Based on his attitude, I'm hardly surprised someone said that to him before. He's one of those condescending types who like to act as though they know every little thing about you.
今日は帰ります。でもあなたのことは調べますから。忠告しておきますけど、私だけじゃないです。牛塚さんが思っている以上に、みんな生きるために必死なんだと思います。
まだまだ子供じゃが頑固でまっすぐじゃな。よいよい。
I like how Shigetsuga is just like, ah, yeah, whatever.
だからそういう態度が。
おや。
Just as I'm about to leave, I hear a set of footsteps stop in front of me. I turn my eyes toward the person to whom they belong.
おじいちゃん、その人誰？
Girl 4 question mark. Hello.
まさか選定の参加者？いや、絶対そうだ。どうして今日はこんな？
Oh. The voice belongs to the girl I tailed back to Shigetsuga's house the other day. She's probably returning from a shopping trip based on the plastic bag she's holding in one hand. Her eyes are big and round, her silver hair is somewhat disheveled. She seems like your average innocent kid. Not an instant after I think that, she gives me an icy cold stare.
この人もおじいちゃんの敵なの。
Right then, I feel like something sharp stabs into my brain. The sudden pain is so bad that my hands clasp onto my head on instinct. I've never experienced such a headache this painful before. Oh, it's the memories, because we know this person. We've seen them before. Oh no, Rinka. This isn't good. I'm not sure about the cause, but the last thing I need in this situation is to leave myself vulnerable. Just as I think that. Oh shit, we're both like remembering shit. I'm not the only one experiencing pain this time, it seems. Well, crap. Oh, and okay, we're here now. I just sigh as I take in the unfamiliar room. Mainly because I know the situation I'm in all too well.
言っておくが、このお茶には何も入っとりゃせんからの。
Okay.
いえ、結構です。
お主の身につけている身分証やらを調べるなら、さっきとっくにやっておるよ。安心せい。これはただの親切じゃ。
Well, taken aback, I accept the cup and have a sip. There's not much taste to it. Well, it's to be expected when the drink is more yellow than green. As for why I'm in Shigetsuga's house, he brought me inside after that headache knocked me for a loop. Both myself and that girl were told to rest until the pain subsided, but she hasn't woken up yet. I notice her fidgeting in her sleep, which leads me to my involuntary gulping down the tea.
これはこれは。
助けてもらったことには感謝してます。ありがとうございました。もう帰ります。
好きにするがいい。言っておくが、わしの構え方は変わらんよ。
はい、わかっています。
He might not see me as his enemy, but there's no denying that we will ultimately have to compete with one another. Not to mention that the girl made no effort to hide her hostility toward me. Sure, I'm curious about the sudden headache that hit us when we met, but it's too dangerous to stay here. I want to be gone before she wakes up. These walls are thin enough that people outside would hear me if I screamed, but there's no guarantee they'd actually try to help.
おじいちゃん。
Oh,
具合は大丈夫かの？
大丈夫。心配かけてごめんね。
わしに謝ってどうする？ほれ、お茶でも飲んで落ち着け。
ありがとう。
oh, this is cute. Oh no. I didn't intend on staring, but I couldn't take my eyes off them. It is a quick exchange, but the two of them really seem like an average grandfather and granddaughter. The warmth in his expression reminds me of how my own grandmother looks at me. I plan to leave as quick as possible, but after witnessing that scene, my feet feel stuck to the floor, which gives the girl an opportunity to turn her attention toward me.
お前は
I keep my mouth shut. There's no reason to respond. I'm better off going straight home.
おや、まだいたんじゃな。おい、このお嬢さんは選定の参加者じゃが、わしらの敵というわけではないぞ。お前呼ばわりは良くないし、さっき表で睨んだじゃろ。それは失礼なことじゃよ。帰る前に謝りなさい。
Thank you, Shiketsuku.
うん、わかった。昼間にこの家に敵が来たんだ。二人もおじいちゃんの家を調べに。だから仲間かと思ってつい警戒しちゃったんだ。ごめんなさい、お姉さん。
Aww. This isn't half-hearted. She's even bowing her head. You see scenarios like this often. The granddaughter does something and then apologizes when her grandfather tells her to. I would honestly believe that these two are family had I not known their participants, even though they look so different. They're not just playing the parts. Everything about their interaction feels authentic. That just makes things harder for me.
うん、大丈夫。別に怒ってはないし、仕方がないことだよ。
I can't blame her though, considering my attitude toward him. Of course, it's not like I've decided to let my guard down around them now. My standing by the front door to ensure my escape route serves as proof. However, something she said piqued my interest. I have to confirm with her before leaving.
敵が来たって言ってたよね。それって背の高い男女の二人組だった。
どうしてそれを？
私もその人たちを警戒しているから。
Yeah. Her eyes widen. Shigetsugu, on the other hand, listens without reacting.
あなたは知ってるの？あの人たちのこと。
うん。だって今朝来たのはその人たちだよ。
なんじゃと？
そっか。おじいちゃんにはまだ言ってなかったね。部屋が荒れてるのはそのせいなんだ。
I mean, the house is already kind of a mess, but it's even more trash now. I did notice some disorganization, but I assumed that's how they lived. I don't mean there's trash lying around, but there's a number of newspapers, magazines, and articles of clothing dotting the floor.
3番と11番の人。おじいちゃんもわかるでしょ？
Yeah.
顔は覚えておるが、詳しく聞かせておくれ。
I completely lost my chance to leave now.
お主も聞いていけばよい。ただし、情報交換じゃよ。
Alrighty. He motions for me to sit closer, probably because he knows I've lost my chance to go too.
おじいちゃんのことを探しに来たあの二人がこの家に入ってきたんだ。おじいちゃんが出かけた直後。
I was aware that they'd been scouting the house from when I last came here. They probably have been for several days. Knowing Shigetsugu leaves in the morning, they figured he'd stick to the routine today as well.
だから僕が追い返したよ。女の人の方は強かったけど、男の人はそうでもなかった。
追い返した？だってあの二人だよね。
She's about my height, but she's definitely way younger and extremely slender. Judging from how she said numeral 11 was tough, I doubt she gave them a simple verbal threat. These are the same two who took Sonia's parents hostage, as if they'd listen to a kid's threat.
うん。逃げられちゃったけど、3番の男には深手を負わせたよ。あれなら数日間はこの家に来られないと思う。
Jesus.
また暴力を使ったのか？
You resorted to violence again? Again? What's that supposed to mean?
仕方がなかったんだ。この家を守るためにはそうするしかなかった。 それに先に手を出してきたのは向こうだよ。
ちょっと待って、君が戦ったのどうやって？
わからない。体が勝手に動いたっていうか、戦い方を知ってたっていうか。
You just know.
そんなことって。
And now I'm suspicious of them again. It's not impossible for her to make this up in an attempt to reel information out of me.
この子は記憶喪失なんじゃよ。
Oh.
おじいちゃん？
構わんじゃろ。それにこれを聞いたところでお主は不利にはならんじゃろうって。
僕はいいけど、おじいちゃんが。まあ、大丈夫かな。
I think this is gonna be a moment for you.
選定が始まった時、この子は行くあてもなくさまよっていたんじゃ。
A typical weekday for a granddad: eat breakfast with kids, send them off to school, remind them not to severely incapacitate other people with weapons. You know, typical stuff. Yeah, you know, just it's like, yes, my lovely granddaughter, just remember, don't stab the neighbors again. Goodbye. Anyways.
わしと出会って、それでうちで暮らすようになったんじゃよ。
僕は自分の名前も今まで何をやってきたかも、どうして選定の参加者になったのかも覚えてないよ。だから僕は自身のカードの内容も覚えていない。死因や未練を探そうとしても無駄だよ。僕はどうしてこの国にいるのかも忘れてしまったんだ。いや、この国が自分の国じゃないというのも結局おじいちゃんに会ってから分かったんだけどね。
Amnesia. Something we have in common. The only difference is that she's lost all of her memories. I'd forgotten bits and pieces prior to and after Divine Selection began, but not enough to affect my life. She, meanwhile, doesn't even know where she is. I can't even begin to imagine.
でもね、すぐおじいちゃんと会えたから僕は苦労はしてないよ。
Aw. She follows up with a pleasant smile. I find it hard to believe that someone with a smile like that could fend those two off. I've heard about how one retains their personal habits and skills when suffering from amnesia. The loss of personal memory doesn't influence muscle memory or something. But that means she had the ability to go toe-to-toe with those two even before amnesia.
さて、まだ聞きたいこともあるじゃろうが、お主の番じゃよ。
He turns his attention to me after cutting the conversation short. I guess he did mention some sort of reciprocity of information before. I decided to tell them what I know about those two.
当然、手段を選ばない者もいるじゃろうな。キャツらの場合、非道な手段を選んだとも言えるが。
Yeah. I tell them about what they did to Sonya and her parents, holding a child's parents hostage in order to make them reveal their information. Sheer brute force. However, I make sure not to mention that I have Federico's name card. They never mention what cards they have, so fair's fair.
となると、この子が反撃したのも仕方ないことじゃな。
もう、わかった僕だってちゃんと考えがあったんだからね。
I knew I had to stab the motherfuckers. I promise.
わかっておるわかっておる。ほれ、撫でてあげよう。
Aww.
えへへ。
Why are these two so wholesome?
じゃが、お前が怪我をするかもしれなかったんじゃ。気をつけるんじゃぞ。
わかってるよ。でも心配しないで。僕、負ける気がしないから。
Her attitude turns out to be far more childlike than her appearance. From my perspective, she's like a kid who gets carried away after being given a little praise. Still, what she said holds weight if she really was able to fight those two off. Her unpredictability is definitely a concern. Sonya, at least, accepted the fact that she was a participant. These two, on the other hand, care only about living out their lives like normal people.
これで分かったであろう。わしらは争う気はない。じゃからもう関わらんことじゃ。
His choice of word makes me think he's somehow read my mind. I'm not sure if that's intentional, but I am stunned either way. Then I realize it. They're not normal at all. Even real families would struggle to act as legit as these two do. Plus, they're both participants. This is insane.
でもきっとあの人たちは諦めません。怪我が治ったら治らなくたって必ずまた来ると思います。あなたや私を脱落させないとあの人たちは生きられないから。
わしらを心配しているのかな。主はわしらの情報を集めに来たのじゃろ。心配してどうする。
Because Rika is a very nice person. And she can't help but care about other people. If the incident with Sonya proved anything, she's just too nice.
わかりません。でもただ思っただけで。
That's right. I'm far from normal myself.
答えを知りたいと豪語していた割には随分と曖昧な答えじゃの。
嫌な人なんですね。石塚さんって。
Not that he's wrong. That's why he's been so calm this entire time. He's never seen me as a threat.
おじいちゃんをバカにするの？いや、そうじゃなくて。
Kid, please don't.
気にするでない。ところで、さっきは何を買っておったのじゃ。
これ？さっきあいつらが来た時に洗うやつが壊れちゃって。よくわからないんだけど、お店の人が勧めてくれたんだ。
No.
洗うやつ。ああ、洗濯機の。ホース？
お家の人に聞けばわかるって言ってたけど、おじいちゃんわからない？
Next to her is a washing machine hose. I recognize the logo on the bag. She must have bought it from one of the nearby supermarkets.
わからんの。どうにも機械は苦手での。
洗うやつが壊れたらどうするつもりだったの？
ここならコインランドリーは遠くないからの。
コインランドリー？
お金を払って洗濯機を使える場所じゃよ。
もうおじいちゃんたらパチンコをやるために節約するって言ってたでしょ。
I really want to say something, but I don't. She might actually believe what he's saying about what he says about it being a battlefield. Shigetsugu, meanwhile, takes the hose before returning his gaze toward me.
もう、お主ならできるじゃろ。
まあ、そうなるよね。
In the back of my mind, I knew I'd end up being asked based on their exchange.
わかりました。ホースを取り替えるくらいなら私でもできます。ただ、それだけやったら帰りますからね。ありがとう、お姉ちゃん。
Yup. I love person with no name. I do enjoy. They're cute. They're just a little guy.
この洗濯機全然掃除してない。もうちょっとビニール手袋取ってきて。なんでこんなに本格的にやってるんだろう。排水口も。ちょっと水出してもらえる？うん、わかったよ。
Man. we have been roped into cleaning montages.
違う、そっちじゃなくて、お風呂場とかから持ってきて。
And thus I faced my fate of getting a torrent of washing machine water to the face. Ew, oh. Not only do I get drenched, but the water inside the machine is absolutely filthy. Ugh, God. Also, wait, hold on. Actually, I want to go back for 1 second. What is it? Shigetsugu residence interior. Ushizuka Shigetsu's morally inoffensive room, which Rinka, a girl of that age, clearly expresses disgust at. The state of his house is a result of his giving up on putting things back in shelves or cabinets. And the house itself seems to be pretty old with a low ceiling. And then, public bath. The locals frequent this public bath, and although there is nothing special about its water or anything, the sheer size of the bath lets all the customers relax. It's one of the very few places that emanate such a lived-in cozy. I see. Also, do we get any sign of like the card? No, maybe it's just because it's blank. We're not gonna get it. Understandable. I wish I could exchange this memory for one that I'm missing. At least I changed into my school jersey beforehand. My uniform is safe, but I can't say that's enough to make up for the experience. Honestly, this is probably the worst thing I've gone through since Divine Selection started. I've only got myself to blame though. It never would have happened if I wasn't such a pushover. Naturally, I'm not too keen on using the bath at Shigetsuga's place, so I head to a nearby public bathhouse. And they are very excited. Oh, we get jersey. This whole time she was actually a he. Okay. I am right, this is a boy. I should have known based on his stride and his outfit, but his outward appearance really and truly made him look like a girl. I guess I got Miharu to blame for warping my perspective. She carries herself more like a boy, so part of me sees it as normal, despite understanding that she's a rare exception to the norm. I can only sigh at my own silliness.
若いのにため息をつくでないぞ。
あんたたちのせいだから。
怖い怖い。
They both tagged along with me to the bathhouse. I guess I should be thankful that he's a boy. Now we won't end up alone in here. Making conversation with him would be a challenge by itself, but I can't hide my fear. Plus, something's odd about how we both suddenly got headaches when we came face to face. It has to be related to our memories somehow.
ほれ、お前も行くぞ。
He scurries behind Shigetsugu. Now that I think about it, Shigetsugu hasn't referred to him by name. Maybe to ensure that I don't get my hands on his name card, but it's possible that he simply doesn't know it. I'm not quite sure how I reached that conclusion, but it might explain why I find their relationship so abnormal. So Rinka isn't quite sure about the amnesia thing. Eep, I'll get some weird looks if I mutter stuff like that to myself here. Less thinking, more washing. Oh! That's a view. Should I put my I don't know, yeah, let's do that. Get some of this covered. And also, hello, Nero. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome. You know, just nothing happening on the screen. A sigh pours out of me as I soak in the warm water. This time it's a relaxed one though. My throat's woo. I usually just shower at home, so it's been a while since I've gotten to enjoy a bath like this. It's been even longer since I was last at a bathhouse. I was still in elementary school, so I came with my gran.
おばあちゃん。
I whispered so quietly that the sound of the faucet will drown it out. I still message and talk to her over the phone, but I haven't seen her at all since March. She's my one and only family. I can't blame her since she has other relatives, but it's hard not to feel lonely sometimes. Then again, I should be thankful that she's away right now. Otherwise, she'd run the risk of being taken hostage by people like numeral 11.
レテもいたね。でもあの子は自由だし、言葉が通じないからな。
The cat! The next time I'll be able to see her is over summer vacation. I'll be sure to pay her a visit. Summer vacation. Assuming I don't get eliminated, Divine Selection is scheduled to end around that. So I won't ever get to see her again if I'm eliminated. However, being the sole survivor means I won't be able to see Miharu ever again. Sonya's words come to mind. It's possible to alter fate so it lets both of us make it through together. There are still too many unknowns within Divine Selection, but I feel like I know which answer I should be pursuing. Thinking about Sonya causes my eyes to tear up, but I suck it up and keep them from falling. I need to focus on what I can do right now.
流されちゃったなら流されたなりに、この状況をうまく使うしか。
That's the conclusion I've come to. My initial plan was to get my hands on Shigetsugu and that boy's information, but I can leave that alone for now. I'm pretty sure they don't think poorly of me. In that case, it's possible for me to form an alliance with them. Doing so would put me on level ground against the likes of Alan and numeral 11. However, I'm not convinced that I have it in me to eliminate these two when the time comes. I feel like I'd struggle with it even now. I lack Miharu's determination. Even if Sonya had asked me to eliminate her, I highly doubt I would have been able to.
もっと楽しいことを考えよう。
Like the fireworks display we all promised to go see, for example. Which happens to take place after Divine Selection ends. It's impossible to influence my thoughts away from Divine Selection, so I resort to counting the droplets of water as they fall from my hair.
どうして待ってるんですか？
No more Poco. We are saved. Shiro broke for real. I died. Anyways. Both Shigetsugu and the boy are perched on the sofa by the entrance. The boy has fallen asleep with his back against it though.
この子がの待っているうちに眠ってしまったがのこの体ででっかい偉人さんたちと戦ったんじゃ疲労もたまるじゃろ
Yeah, that would do it.
別に待たなくてよかったのに。
そう言うでないこの子は年の近いお主と話せて嬉しかったんじゃよ
Aww.
おそらくかつていた場所では友達がいなかったんじゃろ今も近所からは避けられてるしの。
年近いかな。
He's not much smaller than me, but his attitude and facial expressions make him seem years younger. I give the boy another look up and down.
信じられないです。こんな小さいのに、あの人たちに負けないどころか、退散させたんだなんて。
信じられないが前にも似たようなことがあっての。
What? I wait for him to follow up and he offers a smile instead.
その前に喉が渇いたの。コーヒー牛乳を買ってきてくれんかわしが動いてこの子を起こしちゃ悪いしの。
Alrighty.
いいですけど。
I return after grabbing something for the both of us.
あった入浴料しか持ってきとらんかった。 すまんが後で返すから許してくれんか。
Oh, you're that kind of guy.
わざとですよね。
そんなことはないわい。
Sure. Unimpressed as I am over the old man mooching off someone my age, I'm better off forcing him to keep talking.
この子と会って間もない頃の話じゃ。深夜この子が目を覚ましてしまっての、散歩に連れ出してわしがこの子と歩いている時じゃった。急に催してしまったんじゃが、たまたま近くに公園があっての、わし一人で便所へ行ったんじゃ。この子は好奇心旺盛での、ネズミか何かを追って公園から離れていたらしいんじゃ。わし一人でキョロキョロしていると、柄の悪い若者が3人近づいてきての、親父狩りというやつじゃの。こんなじじいが金を持っているように見えんじゃろうが、自分より弱そうな相手なら誰でもよかったんじゃろ。わしは一発殴られたんじゃ。それで金を出せと言われた。連中の中にはバットを持ってるやつもおったの。
We love the casual gangsters.
ひどい。
じゃがそこにこの子が帰ってきた。この子は状況を見るなり一言こう聞いたんじゃ。その人たちはおじいちゃんの敵とな。
Tiki, are they your enemy?
わしはその時肯定の返事をしてしまったことをほんの少しだけ後悔しておる。この子は直後、若者3人を病院送りにしたんじゃ。
I'm mesmerized as he describes the event in detail. He dodged a bat swing and ripped it from the assailant's hand in one motion, following up with a solid blow to the face. Then he struck the legs of the second one with the bat before smashing them in the face as well. The one who punched Shigetsugu tried to run, but the boy spun around to build momentum before flinging the bat straight at his head. Holy shit. He finished by knocking the final attacker off his feet, jumping on top of him and strangling him into unconsciousness. What kind of super soldier is this child?
わしが止める暇もなかった。
There's no doubt Shigetsugu would have experienced far worse had the boy not shown up. They would have beaten him regardless of whether or not he gave them money.
驚くわしに近づいて、この子は平然と帰ろうと言ったんじゃ。じゃが、わしは怖いとは思わんかった。頼もしいと思ったよ。
True, that is
この子は暴力で屈することがないと安心した。
certainly reliable.
そんな戦い方を体が勝手に動いたとでも。
やろうな。この子は自分の体が小さいことを、力が弱いことを分かっておるんじゃろうな。きっと忘れている記憶は壮絶な人生のはずじゃ。訓練と実践の経験がなければ子供があんな動きをできまいて。
He has to be some sort of like soldier or something. Or he has to have combat training of something from somewhere. Child soldiers in countries rife with combat come to mind. I'm only aware of what I've seen in the news, but there's been plenty of pictures featuring kids holding weapons and engaging in warfare. Assuming Shigetsugu's right, then he might be from such a place. It would explain his cause of death too. Being exposed to fire seems like it'd be common.
じゃがな、この子はいい子じゃ。純粋で優しい。戦うのだってわしのためじゃ。
3や11の人たちとは違うってことですか？
その人らをわしは知らん。誰かと比べてでなくての、この子のことを言っとるんじゃよ。
I can't say I know much about him, and yet for some reason I can see where Shigetsugu's coming from.
さて、あまり長いするのもいかんし、そろそろ行こうか。
Indeed.
起こすのもかわいそうじゃし、この子をおんぶしてやってくれんかの。
fine. He's doing this on purpose. I know he is. And just like that, I end up carrying the boy home. It's night. What is this location? Road. Activity bustles along this residential street. The elderly taking walks in the early morning, students and employees rushing to the station on their way to work or school in the morning, housewives walking dogs at noon, students coming from the station after school, and housewives going to buy groceries for dinner in the evening. Employees coming back home at night, and those intoxicated coming back at midnight. We're both a similar size, so I need to stop and catch my breath now and again. One thing I've noticed is he's more built than you'd expect.
すまんの。わしはどうも腰痛があっての。
もう喋らないでください。
Ninka's just like, Ninka's so tired. She's so done with this entire day.
怖い怖い。
Shigetsugu isn't the most pleasant person to deal with, I've gathered. That aside, this kid must be as young as I think based on how deeply asleep he is.
母さん、なぜ死んでしまったの？
Oh? Well, that's information. And mother, why did you have to die? What the hell? I hear him mumbling in his sleep. His speech differs a fair bit from how he speaks with Shigetsugu too. I stopped dead in my tracks. This might be what I've been looking for.
どうしたんじゃ？
私だって疲れます。
I move his attention away from me with that answer. It doesn't seem like he's noticed what just happened. I repeat the boy's words in my head as we're walking along. It has to be his regret. I'm going to assume that his amnesia doesn't restrict the contents of his dreams. In the same vein, it's no stretch to say that he's lost his mother at a young age due to where he was raised, which means his regret shouldn't be too hard to guess. I do my best not to think about it any further though. I'd best save it for when I get home. Shigetsugu might realize that I've obtained numeral 4's regret card if my book starts to glow here. Ideally, I'd want to avoid making them wary of me. I can feel the sweat running down my brow. Not from my nerves, it's because I'm exerting myself right after a hot bath. I'll have to take a shower once I'm home and done with this.
2階が寝室じゃ。すまんが、この子を布団に横にならせてもらえるかの。わしは。
わかりました。
I sigh again from being forced to carry the boy upstairs despite carrying him the whole way home. Today's been nothing but sighs.
ここか。
Ah, me. Okay, it doesn't say anything new for this part. The bedroom door is half open already, so it's easy to find my destination. I approach the futon and lean down to let him off. He grabs onto my arm.
母さん。
He must be confusing me with the mom appearing in his dream. His tiredness gets the best of him though, and he lets my arm go right after. The strength of his grip was shocking.
男子なんだよね。この子も。
Even though he still looks like a girl to me. Honestly, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking it. Just look at that face. Look at that cute little face. On the flip side, I'd probably be feeling pretty nervous right now if he looked both his age and his gender. He must be around two or so years younger than me. Even so even if that were the case, I'd probably be fine.
あれは。
I noticed the half-open drawer out of the corner of my eye. After I ensure that Shigetsugu isn't coming upstairs, I make my way over to it. Sure, it's a half-open drawer, but it's dark in here. I can't see inside, so I open it nice and slow. I was worried that the noise accompanying it would wake the boy up, but it didn't. I can still barely see inside. I can I can still barely see inside even after opening it, so I light it up with my phone.
写真だ。
The shelf is full of old photos, easily over 100. Upon closer inspection, some are relatively new. The contents are mostly the same, family pictures. Featured in them are an old couple, their grandson, and his parents. Grandfather has to be Shikitsugu.
思った通り、抜け目ないの。
Oh. And he knew. My shoulders stiffened in response to the quiet voice behind me.
お茶が入ったんじゃが、遅いんで呼びに来たんじゃ。ま、下へ来なさい。
Oof. All I can do is nod without turning around. Much like this afternoon, he made tea for me. Unlike then, I take my time drinking it. Too bad that doesn't help make it taste any better.
すみません、勝手に写真を見てしまって。
構わんよ。引き出しを開けっぱなしにしておいたのはわしじゃしの。それに、わしを脱落させたかったらそうすればいいんじゃ。
What?
この老いぼれが長生きできればそれに越したことはないかもしれんが、別段これからの人生に執着もしとらんからの。
With just that, I understand the meaning behind those photos.
あれはあなたの未練なんですね。
Family that he held so dear. There were a few pictures of them abroad as well. He's living alone now, but it's likely that the rest of his family stayed here at some point.
わしも年じゃ。未来に希望なんぞ持たんよ。じゃ、あの頃に戻りたいの。とな。
Oh, that's... God, this game. The dynamic between the kid wanting the old man to live, but the old man not really caring. Yeah. Regret rooted neither in the present nor the future, but the past. Parker said that one's regret represents the future, but that's not always the case. Regret is born from something you can't bring yourself to give up on. In that sense, it's logical that wanting to go back to better times can become one's regret.
無理ですよ。
わかっておるよ。それにの、今はあの子がいるから寂しくないんじゃ。あの頃を思い出せるしの。
でも、必ず終わりは来ます。
お主とでは価値観が違うかもしれんがの。終わりなぞ怖くはないぞ。
His tone makes it clear that he has no ulterior motive.
もっとも、あの子のことは気がかりじゃが。選定が終わった後も生き残って幸せになれるか。わしにはようわからんよ。
私に言われても、もっとわかりません。
あの子の未練のことなら、お主も想像がついておるだろう。
This question takes me by surprise.
あの子の寝言は、わしも聞いたことがあるからの。あれはきっと、あの子の眠っている記憶。まあ、深層心理みたいなものから出たものだと思っておる。帰路で足を止めたとき、お主は何かに驚いていたからの。
I figured he hadn't noticed at that time, but he simply chose to keep quiet. This old man really is a mystery.
あの子の未練はきっと叶わんことじゃ。わしと同じ過去に向けられた未練じゃ。
それで選定が終わった後も幸せかどうかを気にしていたんですね。まさか私にあの子をおんぶさせたのって。
さすがにそれは想定外じゃ。わしもそこまでひどいことはせんよ。
He laughs it off, but that doesn't quell my suspicion.
あなたは何が目的なんですか？
Nothing's going to come from letting him control the conversation. I'm not sure if if he's doing it on purpose, or if that's just the kind of person he is, but I'm over it.
あの子にご飯を作ってあげてくれんかの。
え？
わけわからないんですけど。
ならばこうしよう。一度でいい。このお願いを聞いてくれたら、わしの死因をお主に教える。
いや、そうじゃなくって。
せめて少しでもこの子の未練を叶えてあげたいんじゃ。
Oh, I see. He pauses briefly before explaining.
わしは料理がからっきしでの。あの子が来てから食べたものといえば、コンビニやスーパーで買ったものばかりじゃ。
牛塚さんが作ってあげればいいんじゃないですか？
わしの息子の嫁にも似たようなことを言われたことを思い出したわい。
やっぱり一緒に住んでいたことがあるんですね。
息子が結婚してから数年間だけじゃがの。わしの妻は早くに死んだから、わしと息子夫婦3人で暮らしていたんじゃ。
I see.
孫が生まれる前に息子たちは家を出て、ほとんどそれっきりじゃがの。
There's a tinge of sadness in his voice as he recalls the past. His regret may have come about during the time when they were living here. I've never seen him look so emotional. That's all I needed to confirm that his regret is rooted in those days.
ほっと、話がそれてしまったの。ともかくじゃ。これに関しては、わしが料理を作っても無理なんじゃよ。
いや、もしかして。
I finally catch on to why he's so particular about this.
あの子の未練はもしかして母親の手料理？
Light spills forth from my bag the moment I ask. It has to be in response to having figured out numeral 4's regret. A regret he'll never be able to fulfill. Shigetsugu casts his eyes over to my bag for a moment, likely having understood what just happened before continuing.
あの子が母親に料理を作ってもらったことがあるのかないのか、わしにはわからん。じゃがある時、定食屋でテレビを見ていたことがあったんじゃ。他愛のないドラマじゃったかの。
This music's too happy for what we're talking about. Oh my god.
ドラマの登場人物に母親がいての。ちょうどあの子と同じくらいの息子もおった。その母親の作った料理を嬉しそうな顔で食べておったんじゃ。よくある日常の場面じゃよ。それを見ていての、あの子は泣いていたんじゃ。自分でも理由はよくわからないと言っていたんじゃが、記憶の奥で思うところがあったんじゃろうな。
Oh, that's so sad. God damn it.
テレビは時々見ておったが、あの子があんな反応を見せたのはその時だけじゃった。それに気づいた時、わしの本が光ってあの子のカードができたんじゃ。
私に母親の代わりをさせるってことですよね。そんなの無茶ですよ。
That's a tall ass order.
そんなことは分かっておる。じゃからお主も得をするよう、わしの死因を教えると言っておるんじゃ。
Ooh. His tone turns far more coercive, likely in an attempt to pressure me into agreeing. The sudden change is surprising, but I hold my ground and stare him down. This isn't an attempt to hide my surprise or fear. I'm just really angry with him.
きっとあなたの未練はあなたのせいで失ったんですね。
分かっておる。
Oh. His painful acknowledgement is followed by him lowering his head. He lowers it so far that his head almost touches the floor.
取引のようなやり方はお主に通じんことはよくわかった。ただのじじいのお願いじゃ。気休めかもしれん。わしの自己満足かもしれん。あの子に手料理を作ってやってくれんか。
I need time to think. What's the correct way to respond to this? It's entirely possible that numeral 4 won't be able to fulfill his regret, even if he lives through this. Not to mention that there's no way my cooking will help him do so. What happens after I do all this? Assuming I get Shiketsugu's cause of death and use it to eliminate him, what would happen after that? Is he even thinking that far ahead?
わしはできることはやっておきたいんじゃ。
That statement alone tells me that he isn't. At the same time, it tells me just how much he cares. It's the same mindset I had towards Sonya after all.
わかりました。
本当か？
ただし、それっきりです。今日は遅いので、明日の夜ご飯を作りますから、それっきり関わらない。牛塚さんからも、あの子にそう伝えてください。そして今後、私があなたやあの子を脱落させても、恨まないでください。
約束しよう。わしはもともとお主ら他の参加者を狙うつもりはなかったんじゃ。じゃが、あの子が自分の意志で他の参加者を脱落させようと動き出したとき、わしは止めることはできん。
A brief tense silence follows his claim. He isn't bluffing, that much I can tell.
構いません。それは今の状況でも同じですから。
Yeah. I answer without much hesitation. My best option is to lower the chance that I become their target. Granted, I've already settled on agreeing to his proposition before taking that into consideration. His desire hits too close to home for me to refuse.
昔もこうできれば、わしは孤独にはならんかったかもしれんの。
He mutters under his breath. He likely intended for me not to hear him.
では、今度こそもう帰ります。明日の夕方6時過ぎにまた来ます。買い物もしてきちゃいます。
The writing looks like it's setting up Shiketsugu to be the next one out, which, by the way, yeah.
わかった。わしはそろそろあの子を起こすとするかの。
I watch as he pulls himself up onto his feet.
どうかしたかの？
お金。さっきのコーヒー牛乳の分と明日の買い物の分前払いしてください。お釣りはちゃんと返しますから。
I know it's because Rinka is the main character, but don't you think she's kind of like a Grim Reaper with how every new person she interacts with closely is the next one out? It is ironic. It is how the plot goes, but it is ironic that it is happening like this. Granted, yeah. Granted, there isn't too much we can do, because it's like, with this one particularly, and especially, we were on an info hunt. We were already on an info hunt, so this already was kind of going to be the fate in the end.
ケッチじゃの。
当然です。
I agreed to cook for him, but I certainly won't be preparing a 5-star meal. I'm sure that Shiketsugu will wriggle out of paying me back unless I demand it right now, so there you have it. He eventually gives in and hands me 3 1,000 yen notes. After that, I can finally leave. I crash down onto my bed as soon as I arrive. Let me look at the card. So, God, we have so many friggin' cards. Look at this. Our name, this. Fire and regret. Mother's home cooking. Tetsugu. Hishi. Tsugushige. Or Tsigetsugu. because this is also reversed for some reason. Regret. Back when I was close with family. Ah. Been a while since I last screamed into my pillow. Probably. Without thinking, I talked to myself out loud. Not only did I succeed in gathering info about Shigetsugu, but I also met the boy staying with him, and somehow agreed to cook that boy dinner. I didn't let myself be influenced this time, though. I agreed to do it of my own volition. Dangerous as it may be to get involved with other participants, there's something far more important to figure out. Do I have what it takes to eliminate them after getting this attached? I need to find my answer to that before I obtain all their cards. Lucky for me, I've already gotten used to putting off the questions I can't answer yet. Anyways, back to school. I go to bed each night confident that I will wake up the next day. It's the one constant in my life with the advent of divine selection. Well, on days where an election isn't being held anyway. I drag myself from bed and get ready for school like always. My plans for the evening are already set, so I won't be opening the store today. I've kept it closed so often lately that I'm starting to run out of excuses for my gran. Granted, she's never too persistent about me opening it up because we either make hardly anything out of it or we actually lose money. That plus, she seems to realize that I'm caught up in something else at the moment. Not to imply that she knows about divine selection, of course. She most likely thinks I'm busy with exams or personal issues. My grades are hardly stellar, so it's not surprising that she's concerned. I notice Naomi as I walk through the gate. Hello! She's with a friend too. Okay. Hold on, we're first choice in a while. Talk to her, leave her be. She's with someone. Would it hurt us to talk to her? Again. What a Should I talk to her? I feel Why do I feel like this is significant? Well, I feel like every choice here is significant, but I'm like, do I talk to her? I mean, yeah, I wonder if anything Rinka Naomi affects whatever happens with Rinka Miharu. I am wondering too. Walk up to them and say, "Hi, Billy Mays here, and I want to show you the power of oxygen." Naomi, I would like to propose to you. Flex tape. Actually, what week is this? We're on... Okay, so this is still week 5. I feel like, I mean, if she's talking to someone, I feel like we shouldn't. I'm gonna not. I know this is a weird choice, because this like the way they prompt this, she's with the friend too. It's like I feel like I am being prompted to not interrupt her. We're gonna I'm best off leaving her be. If she's got people to spend time with other than me, it's for the better. The last thing I want is for her to get caught up in divine selection because of her involvement with me. Yes, that's also another reason. The more information we give other people, the more likely we're gonna get her fucking killed. I'm not gonna lie. Because we know the fact that Rinka dies, and she definitely dies as well, probably. And she's only living because we are alive. So, I need to make sure she lives. Oh. Meanwhile, Naomi trips over nothing, as usual. Her friend catches her, fortunately, and she laughs it off. Naomi hasn't noticed me, so they make their way into the building together. I decide to slow my pace to ensure that I don't bump into her at the entrance. Yeah, we need to make sure, just in case there are other people watching, that we don't give them more information than needed. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Naomi has something to do with our regret. Once I get back home, I have a look at what seasonings I should take with me when I go to cook dinner. I doubt I'll be able to get everything I need with the money Shigetsugu's given me. And buying new stuff would be a waste of time. Would be a waste because I'm only going there once.
カレーでいいかな。カレーならおばあちゃんのレシピがあったはず。
Ooh, curry. Curry sounds delicious. I haven't had curry in a long time. Man. Curry used to be a Lionhouse staple before I took over. Sorry, I just went silent for a second. I was like, my brain started thinking of food. I might get. Please don't mention curry. I'm hungry. I am now hungry too. I actually, what did I for dinner? I actually, it's not curry, but they're like these Chinese instant noodles. Pretty. Kind of spicy, but like not too spicy. Nice sesame flavor. It's so good. They were so good. I have a little left over, but I don't know if I'll eat them tomorrow. But so delicious. Anyways, curry used to be a Lionhouse staple before I took over. I've helped to make it a number of times, but I've never made it from scratch. It should be fine as so long as I follow the recipe though. Curry is pretty timeless too, so let's go with that. I pack some seasoning, spices, a pot, and a spare container before making my way to Shigetsugu's house. Beef, potatoes, onions, carrots, apples, and yogurt are the main ingredients I need. I head to his house after getting them. While I'm on my way, I make sure to keep an eye out for Federico and numeral 11. I don't notice anyone suspicious, but I think that's due to it being so busy at this time of night. I'm somewhat worried about more odd rumors spreading considering the neighbors' attitude towards this place, but I should be fine if it's just this once.
Oh, 待っとったよ。
お姉ちゃん、聞いたよ。ご飯作ってくれるんだよね。僕、何でも手伝うから。料理って一回してみたかったんだ。
Aww.
お姉ちゃん。
That's one way to shatter the illusion of me being his mother. One-chan. I carry the bags into the kitchen and then hand Shigetsugu the receipt and his change. I just ate fries with meat. Oh, fries. Delicious. Was it the Korean fire noodles? No, it was not the Korean fire noodles. They were actually really kind of fancy. It was a fancy instant noodle. It had like 4 or 5, how many? 5 or 6 like seasoning packs. It was like a lot. There's vegetables too, like actual like vegetables in a bag that aren't like dehydrated, with like potatoes, some like seaweed type thing, lotus root. There were also like fish balls too. It was so good, so delicious. Ah.
そっか。じゃあ、じゃがいもと人参の皮を剥いてもらおうかな。その前に、まず手洗いね。
I put my apron on before washing my hands. He follows suit, so I hand the potatoes and carrots over to him. Meanwhile, Shigetsugu watches TV in the living room. First up is beef preparation. I dice the meat into cubes and then sprinkle those with salt and pepper. Beef can be a bit chewy, so I cut some extra slits in them to help with that. After that, I grate an apple into a bag alongside yogurt, honey, and the spice mixture from my grand's recipe before combining everything. Oh, look at the, this is cute. He looks up at me with a puzzled expression, potato in hand.
どうすればいいの？
ああ、そっか。そこからか。ピーラーはなさそう。よし。じゃあ、見ててね。
I take the potato and show him how to peel it using a knife.
すごい。
何にもすごくないよ。じゃあやってみて。ああ、包丁は危ないから気をつけてね。
That's an onion though. That is an onion. I think she took the potato from him, but why does he have an onion? The knife was surprisingly sharp. Not sure if that goes to show how little I cook or not.
僕が研いだ包丁でちゃんと料理できるなんて。
That sounds like a threat. I don't have it in me to ask why he'd need to sharpen a knife like that for anything other than cooking. Either way, he's able to peel the potato far better than me. Same with the carrots. I decide to leave all the vegetables to him.
目が痛い。
Aww.
玉ねぎを切るとそうなっちゃうよね。あ、目をこすったらもっとダメだよ。
Hold on, I just see... There's a giant-ass mosquito in my room. Give me 1 second. Oh, God. Closing this. Hey, the guts are just on the window. Anyways. I didn't use a slipper, I used tissues. And now there's a slight blood stain on the window curtain thing. That's lovely. Anyways.
お姉ちゃん、やっと笑ったね。
Aw.
ずっと怖い顔だったけど、今はなんかちょっと楽しそう。敵じゃなくて本当に良かった。
I suppose I did loosen the moment I started cooking. I mean, I've been checking every now and then to make sure Shigetsugu isn't rummaging through my stuff, but it's true that I haven't been on edge as I should be.
僕ね、楽しみなんだ。カレーは温めるやつで食べたことあるけど、どうやって作るか知らないもん。 ただ野菜切っただけなのにどうなるのかなって。
そっか。じゃあ頑張ろうね。
I let another smile slip. I can't help it though, seeing his eyes sparkle with curiosity is too precious. Another part of me wishes that we'd met under different circumstances.
わーい、できた。
2 hours later, and it's finally ready. The smell wafting from the pot reminds me exactly of the curry my gran would cook. I tasted it to make sure it turned out fine, but I'm still nervous because other people are going to eat it too.
おお、ごちそうじゃな。
お待たせしました。これでいいんですよね。
あの子もとっても喜んでおるしの。お主は食べていかんのか。
まさかここまで来たんですから私もいただきます。
早く食べようよ。
Impatient. That means it already bit you. No, it was a big giant mosquito, so it's like a male mosquito. It wouldn't have bitten me. We're fine. I hope. I genuinely hope. I should have closed my window sooner. Who knows if I've let more mosquitoes into this room, which sucks because I get bitten like crazy by mosquitoes.
おお、すまんすまん。
いただきます。
I get started on mine after they dig in. It's not quite on my grand's level, but this is still plenty delicious. It hasn't been too long since the last time I had an experience like this. Miharu, Sonia, and I ate together often before Sonia was eliminated. Funny how divine selection of all things is what's blessed me with these experiences. Blessed, huh? I guess I need to accept that I have been enjoying myself.
ちょっと味が濃くないかな。
文句言わないでください。
とっても美味しい。お姉ちゃんの作ってくれたカレー、とっても美味しいよ。
Ah, geez, what a good kid.
おじいちゃん見た？これ僕が切ったんだよ。
Aw.
この人参か？芋か？とってもうまいの。この人参か？
わーい。
親バカならぬ、じじバカ？
Whatever, I'm glad he likes it at least. I try not to insert myself into the conversation too much, opting to eat in silence instead.
昔を思い出すの。息子が初めて料理したのもカレーじゃったかの。野菜を切って喜んで。どうして今になって思い出すんじゃろうな。
Aww. His eyes fixate on the curry as he recalls days long past. Small droplets of water catch on his eyelashes as they form. I'm not sure how or when it happened, but curry's become the go-to household meal in Japan. Just making it tonight brought back memories of time I spent with my gran. So it makes sense for him to be reminded of a similar time he spent with his own family. A clang resounds through the room while I'm caught up in those thoughts. I turn my attention to where it's from. It's the boy who has just slapped his spoon down onto his plate.
昔ってそんなに大事なものなのかな。
Aww. Neither of us answer his question. His gaze is focused on Shigetsugu. While Shigetsugu was recalling his past, the boy must have understood that he had no place in those memories, despite his fondness for him. Even worse, he has no memories of his own to recall in the first place.
僕はいろいろなことを忘れてる。でもおじいちゃんを見てて思ったことがあるよ。僕の記憶の中にこんな幸せでゆっくりした風景はなかった。
お主。
Oh. All of a sudden, he clutches his head and groans in pain.
ちょっと
It's just like the first time he came face to face outside the dream world. I was struck with a headache as well that time, but now it's just him. Shigetsugu gets him to lay down, an expression of fear on his face.
大丈夫か。落ち着くんじゃ。
I'm not sure if he heard Shigetsugu or not, but he does eventually close his eyes and pass out. I help take him back to his room. Once that's done, I finish my curry and wash the dishes. Oh god. He got the curry shakes. Yep. There's plenty left to spare, so I pack it into the spare container I brought and put it in the fridge. All they need to do is heat it up in a pot.
時々あるんじゃよ。
あの子があんな風になってしまうことがですか。
He nods silently before continuing.
あの子が何かのきっかけに記憶を取り戻そうとするとき、それが意識的か無意識なのかはわからんが、ともかく頭痛に襲われているようなんじゃ。
I see.
その後は決まって寝てしまう。心配はいらんよ。数時間は目を覚まさんが、起きたら何事もなかったようにピンピンしとる。
It's somewhat odd to be told not to worry about someone who's supposed to be your enemy. But even more odd is the fact that I am really worried.
すまんの。予想できたはずだったんじゃが、あの子が嬉しそうで忘れておった。
いえ。
じゃが、あの子が料理も食事も喜んでおったのは本当なんじゃ。
分かってます。おじいちゃん思いの優しい子ですよね。選定がなければ弟みたいに感じていたかもしれません。
選定がなければわしらは出会いもせんかったがの。
True.
そうじゃの。わしも改めて礼を言わせてもらおう。ありがとう。幸せそうなあの子を見ることができて、わしもまた幸せじゃった。
はい。
I can feel my eyes strain throughout this exchange. I really shouldn't be thanked by my supposed enemy. The reality of what's going on here is all too clear, though. Yet again, I'm struggling to come to terms with what I need to do in face of this small happiness felt while spending time with them.
さて、ここからはお主が昨日言った通りにしよう。
Okay.
はい。お願いします。
I won't be involved with them anymore. That's the ideal outcome.
タッパーは返さなくていいです。正直、私もちょっと楽しかったです。だから、あんまり負い目は感じないでください。
もともと気にしとらんから大丈夫じゃよ。
Of course you didn't.
さて、別れる前に約束じゃ。わしの死因を教えよう。
He switches to a far more grim topic before he even bothers to sit down. I honestly wouldn't have cared if he'd forgotten about this part of the promise. Still, I don't know if I have it in me to elect him even after learning it. Chances are high that I won't be able to, since I've gotten this attached to them both. So I'd much rather not know at all than face the regret and self-loathing over knowing yet being unable to elect them. At the same time, I can't refuse to listen now that he's brought it up.
孤独死というのはわかるじゃろ。
はい。たまにニュースでは見ますから。
わしもその一例じゃよ。
Elderly people living on their own is already a problem in its own right. The risk of them passing away without anyone noticing gets higher if they have no relatives or family in the in their neighborhood to check up on them. I expected this to be the case for him after hearing how rumors had spread about him having starved to death and whatnot.
わしは腰痛があっての、ふとした拍子で痛みが来て動けなくなることも多い。じゃからなるべく缶詰や即席料理なんかを買いためておったんじゃ。まともな料理をしておると急に動けなくなってガスも止められず火事なんてことになりかねんしの。それは言い訳かもしれんが、それはいい。雨の日じゃったかの。これまでで一番ひどい腰痛が来た。わしは動けなくなってしまった。はって動くことすらできんほどじゃ。
Damn, that...
あとはわかるじゃろ。水も飯もなければ人は生きていけん。数日のうちにわしは餓死した。一日経ったあたりから記憶が曖昧での、正確な日時は思い出せん。自宅で餓死なんて情けないとは思うがの、家族に捨てられたわしの末路としてはふさわしいかもしれん。
No one deserves to actually starve to death. That is a really brutal and harsh death.
そんなことは。
Yeah.
よいよい。お主も感じているとは思うが、わしはひねくれもんじゃ。
Because literally starving to death is like what your body basically is just eating you from the inside out until you die and like is slowly just shutting down because you don't have anything in you at all. No hydration, no sustenance. Go.
あの子に会って少し変わったくらいじゃ。いや、少し戻ったという方がいいかの。家族と仲が良かった頃のわしにの。確かにあったんじゃよ。そんな頃も。せめてもう一度会いたかったの。いかんの。年寄りになると辛気臭くなる上に話が長くなる。わしのことを脱落させにくくしているわけじゃないんじゃよ。これは本音じゃ。
He's spoken his regret loud and clear. A regret so simple that anyone could understand it. If there's one thing I know for sure at this point, it's that I won't be able to elect him without hesitation.
では、私はもう行きますね。
夜も遅いから気をつけるんじゃよ。
Alrighty.
ありがとうございます。
Goodbye, Shigetsugu. I don't have much to say regarding his cause of death. There's no doubt that my facial expression as he told me was enough to get across how I felt though. As I approach the entrance, a knock echoes down the hall. That's concerning. Literally just this one time I made the mistake of not eating, just for one day, and my body already started cramping badly just from walking lightly. It's no joke. Yeah, I had a moment where I forgot to eat the entire day, and I took a shower, remembered I didn't eat. After I got out of the shower, I got so lightheaded, and like I felt ill, like I wanted to vomit, but it's like there's nothing in me because my body just did not like what I was doing. So I managed to eat something, but it was a process to even get myself to eat something because my body wanted to reject it. So yes, important thing, eat food, eat a meal, make sure to eat. That's important. Otherwise you will feel awful. Someone's at the door.
ちょっと待っておれ。こんな時間に。借金取りじゃないといいがの。
I would back the hell up, Shigetsugu. He stumbles back and falls flat on his rear after looking through the peephole. I'm not sure what he's seen, but the knocking grows even more fierce. He hurries back to his feet and reaches for the door once he recalls he has not locked it. I'm shocked that his back hasn't given out, but he's faring much better in that regard due to divine selection. Must how Sonya's illness had subsided. Now it's obvious what's going on. It has to be those two. I try to get to the door, but Shigetsugu stops me. It's not like it would have mattered either way since the door has already been opened. They probably noticed it was unlocked before Shigetsugu.
なんじゃやぶから棒に。
黙れ。
Oh, it's Alan. Okay, this is actually significantly worse. It turns out to be none other than numeral 12, Alan Scorpion. He grabbed Shigetsugu by the collar before closing the door behind him. Their sheer difference in height and build causes Shigetsugu to get lifted right into the air by his shirt. Part of me wishes numeral 4 was down here with us. There was no opportunity to call him though, not to mention that it'd probably be for nothing if all the noise so far hadn't woken him up.
なぜ君が
Why am I here? That's a good question.
11の人じゃない。
まあいい。
He returns his attention to Shigetsugu.
まずは貴様からだ。
ちょっと待ってください。いきなりやってきて、そんな。彼を離してください。
Oh.
君はまた他人に肩入れしているのだな。
あなたには関係ない。
I can't lie, right now I'm terrified. Those frigid eyes alone are enough to instill fear in most people, but add in his build and lack of hesitation to use force like this. I can't run away, though. I can't run away, though. I won't abandon Shigetsugu. If you ask me why, well, I'm not quite sure.
それに、私が人を呼んだら、不利なのはあなたの方だ。
僕ならそれより早く君の動きを止められる。
待って。話を。
声を出すのは僕が質問をした時だけにするんだ。
貴様の未練を知っておる。
何？
Oh.
だから話を。
Although hesitant, he eventually releases Shigetsugu. And Shigetsugu lands on his backside again. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have hurt all that much.
お主、焦っておるな。
余計なことはいらない。貴様の情報だけ話せ。
3と11の参加者がうちに来たのを見ておったのだろう。
だからなんだ。
安心せえ。うちには優秀なボディーガードがおっての。あやつらにわしの未練は知られてはおらん。使命と死因は知られたかもしれんがの。
なら無用な説明はいらないな。僕はお前の使命しか知らない。それ以外の情報を教えろ。
He takes a threatening step towards Shigetsugu. The height difference between them is staggering. How intimidating to have someone of his stature look down at you from so close.
待ってください。私はすでに牛塚さんの情報を知っています。
Yeah. Oh my god, the meowing finger. Why do you have to mention that? Now I'm not gonna be unable to say that shit. Damn it. Got the meowy hand. What you doing with those hands, my dude? Oh god. So much for tension.
その意味がわかりますか？あなたはすでに同時指名のリスクを負っている。
Rinka, that is clever. That is clever.
僕の使命を君も知っているだろう。そして3番や11番の連中も知っているだろう。
3 and 11.
使命を軽んじるのは不本意だが、今となっては指名の優先権を得るために僕自身のカードを晒すことはためらわない。
私だってあなたに知られています。だったら
もうためらう必要はないです。
Oh.
君のその瞳が僕をざわつかせるんだ。
What the fuck do you mean by that? Huh?
僕も自身のカードを2枚晒すリスクは負えないな。だが君に未練を知られるのも今となっては危険かもしれない。なるほど。この状況は力では解決できそうにない。
I can hardly believe that I was able to talk him down. Okay. Maybe it's thanks to what he pulled at the hospital with Keiko. There's no way the police wouldn't have eyes on him after that. It makes sense if he's trying to tread carefully.
欲を出してはいけないな。僕の目的は君が言った通り3番と11番の情報だ。昨日の朝以降動きを見せていない。何があった？
What happened? Man got stabbed.
やっぱりあの人たちの動向が知りたかったんですね。
言ったろ。わしの家にはボディーガードがおるとな。
だがこの家に貴様の未練への手がかりがあることはこれではっきりしたな。
I'm not sure I managed to figure that out based on what Shigetsugu said. Which means I need to really watch what I say from here on out. I might have convinced him for now, but there's no guarantee things will go smoothly. Will keep going smoothly.
貴様が言うボディーガードとは誰のことだ？この家には子供が居候していたが、まさかな。
No.
プロを雇う金もないだろう。まだ姿を見せない9番の男も結託しているのか。
Yeah, we still have yet to see 9. We have no information on 9.
どうじゃかな。
その線はなさそうだな。貴様は一瞬僕を見上げるよりも上を見た。
So numeral 9
10
is
番の
just...
男の顔を思い出していたというところだろう。つまりまだ現実世界で接触はしていなさそうだ。
We know nothing about 9. It's interesting.
お主、何者じゃ。
余計なことはいい。侮れないな。あんな少女が連中を撃退するとは。
You know what? We'll just keep it being... let's just not confirm his gender to anyone. I start to fret over just how much he can glean from the tiniest bit of information. Still, his statement proves that even he makes mistakes. Hearing him assume the wrong gender, just as I did, serves as a bit of a relief.
あの子はの、3の男にしばらくは行動できないくらいの怪我を負わせたと言っておった。連中は協力しているみたいじゃから、11の女も数日は動けないじゃろうよ。
悪いな。あんたの予想を裏切っちまってよ。
Oh shit, they're all here. This is... Rinko, run for your goddamn life. This is terrifying. Immediately after hearing that voice, I feel my body get sent flying toward the wall. Oh dear god. Lucky for me, it is the wall where one of Shigetsugu's coats is hanging, so it cushions the impact for me. The culprit numeral 11, she made her way in and knocked me aside straight away. Girl.
貴様、いつから？
たった今だ。
Her sights are locked on Alan. Surely he holds the upper hand based on physical build alone. Doesn't stop her from kicking at him like a bucking bronco in the narrow hallway, though. I should call for help. I should, but I can't bring myself to move. I'm not like Alan. The fear I have toward her in the dream world pales in comparison to how I feel now. This is someone who takes pleasure in harming others. It's entirely possible that she'll target me if I make even the slightest move or raise my voice. That terrifies me. Yeah, understandable. I don't even have it in me to try and negotiate with her. Oh! Fourth element, Alan, bringing out, like, look at those, the purple particle wave. Jeez. We're getting the ultimate fight. Alan is no slouch either. I'm not quite sure how to describe his fighting style. He keeps finding opportunities to strike back after dodging and parrying. Ooh! Oh, look at his eyes! Okay, he may be terrifying, but also this is awesome. He looks so cool here. Oh my god. I can tell how powerful each of her blows are based on the loud smack heard when Alan blocks each one. Neither is able to score a direct hit on the other. And this long, narrow hallway doesn't allow for them to move sideways, so they pressure one another without moving from their initial position. Ultra Instinct first note sounds. Oh no, he activates Yaoi forced stop. Oh god. Oh god.
僕も
なら協力するのも悪くないんじゃねえか。
ああ。
断る。
このじじい、てめえの情報をどれか持ってるな。
And Ringo's just like, I know everything, actually.
何?
Letting your guard down, even for a split second, could prove fatal. Even I know that much. But Alan seems to have done just that. She wastes no time in delivering a swift kick to his gut, causing him to back away. This might sound weird, but I'm rooting for him this time. I need him to win for my own sake. Neither are my ally, but Alan was at least willing to talk. That makes him a safer bet than this woman. As much as it pains me, I am praying that numeral 4 will come down to save us. That's how powerless I am in this situation. Alan takes another step back to create more distance between them, which effectively corners him.
そうでもなきゃ、てめえは会話に応じるやつじゃねえ。気がするんだ。会話の内容はそうだな。そっちのガキがジジイを脱落させる情報を揃えそう。あるいはすでに揃っているってのはどうだ？一番がジジイを指名する可能性がある以上、てめえがジジイの情報を知ったところで二重指名のリスクが残る。それでどうしようか考えていた。ま、そんなところだな。
And Odette is smart as hell, which is even worse.
貴様は話しながら考えをまとめるタイプなのだな。そのおかげで貴様の仲間があの少女になすすべなく撃退されて以降、貴様は何の情報も得られていないことが分かった。どうやら過大評価していたようだよ。
Oh damn. Alan takes this opportunity to deliver a counterattack. He lands a solid hook against her shoulder, which causes her to retreat back to her initial position.
なあ、私とてめえでこの家を仲良く探すって選択肢はないのか？
ない。貴様と同時指名になり、優先権の争いになるリスクは変わらない。
Oh God.
この家の住人たちを守るようで不本意ではあるが、貴様を追い返さないといけないようだ。
She grins from ear to ear. Then I notice that Shiketsuga has managed to slink off during all this. Just as I start to wonder where he snuck off to, footsteps from the stairway give me my answer.
待て、隠れておればいい。
嫌だよ。おじいちゃんが危ないんでしょ。
The footsteps belong to numeral 4, who comes running down the stairs. He's likely just woken up, but he doesn't seem tired at all.
人が増えてる。
貴様、強いのだったな。手伝ってくれ。
あっちが敵で、こっちは敵じゃない。いいの？おじいちゃん。
Shigetsugu reveals himself just long enough to nod in affirmation.
2対1か。楽しめそうだ。
I mean, Alan's an enemy, but temporarily this is better than her. Numeral 11 shows no fear, just as her words imply. The prospect of this fight has her thrilled. But just before they can start, the blaring of police sirens pierced the walls of the house. Oh, he called the police. They are getting louder, closer.
残念だが潮時か。また戦おうぜ、アラン・スコーピオン。社長様。
やはり知られていたか。
She bursts out of the house immediately after, uninterested in hearing any replies. The sirens continue for a while afterwards, so I assume she manages to get away. I'm relieved that one problem has resolved itself, but I have to at least admire her ability to react and make snap judgments like she did.
近所の誰かが通報したのかの？
いえ、私が友達に頼んで通報してもらいました。
Oh, Rinka, that was clever.
なんじゃと？
言い訳はお願いします。
I couldn't bring myself to speak up, let alone move. Numeral 11, that's supposed to be 11, not 9, was wary of me the entire time, but her line of sight was focused on Alan. It gave me enough of a window to message Miharu. I gave her this address and asked her to call the police. It was a gamble not knowing if she'd actually check her phone, but the cards were in my favor this time.
警察？おじいちゃん何にも悪いことしてないよ。
大丈夫。そうじゃなくても来る時があるの。ややこしくなるから、ちょっと隠れていよう。
仕方ない。
We pile into Shigetsugu's room just as the police park in the front of the house. The three of us sit in silence. This is the most awkward moment of life. There's something surreal about me, Numeral 4, and Alan all hiding in a room together like this. The fact that Alan has agreed to it proves that I am right. He's avoiding the police. I figured he was a monster before, but his fight with Numeral 11 made it all the more clear. His skills have nothing to do with him being a man or his massive build. I'm willing to bet that he could take on an armed officer and win, but even he doesn't want to turn the entire police force against him.
どうにかなったわい。
Shigetsugu comes along to rescue us from the suffocating silence.
ならもういいな。
おや、これからこの子にカレーを温めてあげようと思ったところじゃが、いらんかね？
わーい。起きたらお腹が空いてたから食べたかったんだ。
ちょっと。
あんなことをされはしたが、わしらを助けてくれたんじゃ。まあ、作ったのはお主じゃが、構わんじゃろ。
あんなこと？
Oh.
よいよい、ほれ、待っておれ。
He removes the leftovers from the fridge and pours it all into a pot before Alan even gets the chance to answer.
クミン、カルダモン、ターメリック。悪くはないか。
Oh yeah,
いただこう。
He takes a seat at the table as expressionless as ever. This is a surreal experience. As much as I want to flee right now, I'm a bit too concerned now.
ってことは、12番のお兄さんは敵じゃない？
No, that's not it.
今はな。
Not for now.
あれ？でもお兄さんも選定の参加者なんだよね。
ああ。
でもどうしておじいちゃんを守ったの？
守ったわけではない。偶然利害関係が一致しただけだ。
ああ。
利害？
ああ。
そっか。よくわかんないけど、敵じゃないならまあいっか。それよりお姉ちゃんのカレーとっても美味しいんだよ。
Concerned, more like confused. Yeah. This is Ringo's face just is like, what the fuck is happening right now?
そうか。
でね。
I start to panic as I listen to the painful exchange. The lack of emotion on Alan's face makes it impossible to tell when he'll explode over numeral 4 acting overly friendly.
貴様はどうしてあの老人と一緒にいる？
貴様？
君のことだ。
おじいちゃんがね、僕を拾ってくれたんだよ。僕、記憶喪失ってやつみたいだったから。
そうか。3番の男を退かせたのも体に技術が身についていたというわけか。
それ話しちゃっていいんだ。
I'm surprised by how readily he divulges such crucial info. Alan might not be his enemy for now, but that's no reason to go and tell him everything.
あなたは
アレンでいい。
I wasn't sure how to address him, but he wastes no time pervading a fake name. He must be aware that I know his true name. But you give me a fake name but make it almost zero, like R instead of an L. That's so close to the same thing. Jeez. Alan's so used to being hostile to everyone that he defaults to using Kisama as his default second person word. I know it's... Man has no manners. I consider doing the same, but I'll leave it alone unless he asks.
アレンさんはこの後どうするつもりなんですか？
物騒な話は食事を終えてからでもよかろう。
Shiketsugu butts in as he brings the curry over. He only carries 2 plates, since neither him nor me will be having any. Alan nods in response to that proposition. This happy music, and it's like I am with an actual guy who could strangle my ass. When I think about it, Alan's from India. Knowing that someone from the land of curry is about to eat my rendition of it makes me a touch nervous.
おいしい。
これは。
My gut sinks the moment he takes a bite. There's a huge contrast between the slow, disinterested way he eats in comparison to how numeral 4 wolfs his down. Wait, why am I nervous at all?
こんなところまで似ているとはな。
Oh. How similar am I to someone you know? When I notice he's said something, my eyes meet his.
家族がかつて戯れに日本のカレールーを買ってきたことがあるだけだ。
Oh.
奥さんとかですか？
He glares at me in response.
僕のことを探っているのか？
否定はしませんけど、深い意味はありませんでした。
そうか。もっともこれは一般に知られている情報だが、僕は未婚だ。家族というのは配偶者の意味ではない。
I see.
ごちそうさま。
The tension dispersed thanks to that outburst. I'm so glad he has no idea how to read between the lines. I never expected Alan to talk about family, though. It's pretty normal for people, but I somehow thought he was one of those rare sorts who had no attachment to them. That aside, I'll assume he didn't think the curry tasted bad, since he didn't say anything about it.
スプーンを使うのはそんなに珍しいか？
いや、そんなことも思ってもなかったですけど。
Thinking about it, I guess I always do imagine people from India eating curry without utensils. I guess they only do that when eating it with naan, but since he's eating Japanese curry, I don't think about it until he brings it up. I look on his face as he asks, though. It's so meek, I can't help bursting out in laughter.
僕の国は日本では偏見を強く持たれているらしいな。
I'm sorry.
いや、そうじゃなくって。
He seems a little peeved, judging by the tone of his voice. My nerves, coupled with the fact that he always seems impossible to read, make it all the harder to hold back my laughter. He eventually brushes me off. He hands numeral 4 his plate and spoon to be taken to the sink. Not long after, Shiketsugu makes tea for all 4 of us. Alan takes a whiff of the tea before switching his cup with Shiketsugu's before taking a sip. His face contorts immediately. I can't tell if it's an issue with Shiketsugu's so-called blend or Japanese tea in general, but He's more expressive than I expect. Meanwhile, numero 4 is rolling his head around on the table out of boredom until Alan breaks the silence.
さて、重次。僕には少し発音がしづらい名前だが、それはいい。僕の目的はすでに分かっているな。
わしらの情報、カードじゃろ。
ああ。最終的にはここにいる全員を脱落させるが、そう欲張りはしない。
意外じゃの。わしらを脅迫してでも情報を集めると思ったがの。
その少年は記憶喪失と言っていた。であれば脅したところでカードは出てこないだろう。そして君も同じだ。未だ手がかりがない。これは僕の勘ではあるが、まさか君も自分のカードを忘れているのではと思っている。
So he just assumed.
不確定にもかかわらず強引な手段に出れば長期的に見て不利になる。
Amazing how he can say that after what he pulled with Keiko. And he thinks numero 4 is a girl. It proves that even he makes mistakes. Shigetsugu said that Alan's actions seem desperate. I feel like that applies even more with what he did to Keiko. However, I'm surprised that not knowing the contents of my own cards could work out for me like this. As for Alan's comment, numero 4 is the first to respond.
勝手なこと言わないでよ。それはおじいちゃんが脱落するってことじゃないか。そんなことさせないよ。この人は今から敵。
落ち着くんじゃ。わしが嫌じゃと言ったらどうするつもりじゃ。
予想はついているだろう。ここまで来た以上、ただ引き返すことはできない。
やっぱり僕がこの人を。
わしはお主らが傷つくのを見たくはない。それにアレンと言ったか。お主はまずそこの娘を狙うじゃろ。
でしょうね。
I'm ready to make my escape whenever necessary, but I doubt I could even reach the hall safely should Alan target me for real. I could negotiate with him thanks to the info I have on Shigetsugu, but right now I'd much rather maintain the status quo.
わしの情報を教えよう。ただし条件がある。
聞かせろ。
わしが脱落するまでの間、この家を守ってほしいということじゃ。11の女性はわしの家を狙うじゃろうからの。わしやこの子が傷つかんよう守ってほしいんじゃ。
僕があの女から貴様らを守ったとして、もう一つ懸念があるのはわかるな。
Oh, he casts his gaze over to me.
わかりました。アレンさんが牛塚さんの条件を飲むなら、私は牛塚さんの指名を行いません。
ちょっと待ってよ。いらないよ。あの人が来ても僕がおじいちゃんを守るよ。
The kid's visibly flustered, but it's Alan who opts to respond.
まだわからないのか。
何が？
重次は君を傷つけたくないと言っているんだ。
僕を？
あなたにもわかるんですね。家族がいるからですか？
その質問には答えない。
そうなの？おじいちゃん。
当然じゃ。お前は強いかもしれん。じゃが、わしはお前が怪我をするところは見たくない。
でも、僕が勝てれば。
思い上がらない方がいい。僕が君と本気で戦うとなれば、手加減はしない。
無傷で済むとは、わしには思えん。
It's clear that Shigetsugu sees him as family. There's a direct parallel to what he's saying now and Keiko's actions when Alan took her son hostage. Alan's face is as expressionless as ever, so I can't tell if he created the situation on purpose or if it's mere coincidence.
おじい ちゃん。僕がおじいちゃんの敵をやっつけるから喜んでくれると思ったのに、おじいちゃんがこの人たちのカードを集めれば守れるんじゃないの？
同じことじゃ。彼らから情報を引き出すのは容易ではない。
悪いが家族ごっこは後でやってくれ。一つ目の条件は飲もう。ただし選定の日までどこかの部屋を提供してもらう。
He clarifies his reasoning after seeing Chiketsugu's surprise.
僕としてもこの国で自由に動けない。数日でも滞在先ができるのは悪い条件ではない。
いいじゃろ。ただし二つ目の条件も飲んでこそじゃぞ。
分かっている。
いい。
Numero 4 stands up mid-conversation, almost in a deliberate attempt to interrupt them.
もういいよ。
ちょっと。
He leaves the room immediately. Alan doesn't seem phased, but the same can't be said about Chiketsugu.
すまんが少し待っていてくれ。
There's no reason to worry about his safety on the streets at night, but it's entirely possible he could start something with the police if they approach him. Leaving Alan here by himself is too risky, though. It's pretty scary to sit here all alone with him, but I stay behind regardless.
やれやれだ。
あなたのこと勘違いしていました。もっと常識がない人だと。
そうか。
Perhaps buying time through conversation isn't my best idea since I'm no good at it, and he makes it a point to say as little as possible. 10 minutes pass and not a single word is exchanged. Alan sits silent. The only action of note is when he blinks. That is a description. I thought I'd be okay, but it's starting to get to me.
リンカ、君は
Oh.
はい。
He's so abrupt that I struggle not to jump out of my skin.
生きたいのか？君の行動は生きたい人間の行動には見えない。
I can't say he's wrong. I never even stopped going to school after divine selection began. Not like he knows that. He's likely basing his claim off the way I've involved myself with other participants. In all honesty, I'm not even sure how I ended up in this situation myself. But what do I know? But what I do know is that it's all been due to my own judgment. As often as I've questioned how my life is worth, I've never once resigned to the idea that I'm fine with being eliminated. When I put all together, it's easy to answer his question.
私は生きたいです。あなたには非効率的に見えるかもしれないですけれど、これが私の生き方なんです。きっと。
These may be extraordinary circumstances, but I'm not built to adapt to them. Average is all I know. I'm easily influenced and prone to sticking my nose into what I shouldn't. That's me. That's what defines Shishimae Rinka.
愚問だったようだ。病院で君の瞳を見たとき、僕はとっくにそのことに気づいていた。
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I see him throw a faint smile as he says that.
リンカの生き方がどこまで通用するのか見させてもらおう。
Oh, okay.
どちらにせよ、君自身が忘れているなら、問い詰めても君の情報は引き出せなさそうだ。
I wonder how he came to that conclusion.
どこでそれを？
君は選定のルールを忘れていたな。自身のカードを忘れていても不思議ではない。死因や未練を自覚していないからこそ身をさらして行動できるのだろう。
Okay.
もっともそれはあの少年も同じではあるな。ああいった手合いは他の参加者を脱落させてカードを得るほかないだろう。
It really was obvious that I'd forgotten everything about divine selection during my first visit to the Court of Fate. Especially after my discussion with Miharu and needing Parka to explain things over me from scratch. he'd taken the possibility that I forgot my own cards into consideration ever since.
アランさんはあの子の情報を得るために牛塚さんの条件を飲んだんですか？
その意図はなかったな。だがなるほど。ここにいれば何か手がかりが得られるのだな。
Shit, we shouldn't have spoken.
あの無防備な少年だ。何かの拍子に話してもおかしくはないか。記憶喪失というが、例えば夢というのは深層心理が呼び起こされる場合もあるから。さすがにそれは都合が良すぎるか。しかし、なるほど。君の言う通りだな。
Cutting the conversation off here seems wise. The last thing I want is for him to somehow extract information about Miharu from me. She set it up so everyone thinks we had a falling out, but at this rate, I might end up spilling the beans on that and more. Setting that aside, I'm surprised he agreed to Shigetsugu's terms so quickly. Assuming what he said is true, then it isn't just because he sees value in doing so. There's more to it. He let his emotions take the wheel from what I can tell. Not like I'll ever say that to his face.
ようやく戻るか。
え？
足音が聞こえた。玄関まで行ってやればいい。心配するな。僕はここでじっとしている。
Okay. He's right. I hear a noise from coming from the entrance. I make my way over and welcome them back. 5 or so minutes after he begins his search, Shigetsugu found the person he was looking for on his way back home.
ここにおったか、ユウ。
どこかへ行こうとしたけど、僕は記憶がないから、他に行く場所なんてなかった。
Oh, you. Interesting. Or is that just what he's calling him? Shigetsugu referred to numeral 4 as you, but that wasn't his real name. It was a name Shigetsugu gave the boy upon their first encounter. I see. Also happens to Rinka. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Possibly.
おじいちゃんは僕のこと嫌いになったの？
そんなわけなかろう。
Of course not. He loves you.
ならどうしておじいちゃんが脱落、死んじゃうようなことを言うの？おじいちゃんが死んだら僕は一人になっちゃう。本当の家族じゃないから。
本当の家族が無条件に一緒にいるとも限らんよ。
He casts a gaze to the night sky as he spoke. Having lost his wife far too soon, Shigetsugu spent his days battling loneliness. Meanwhile, his son got married soon after graduating college and getting hired into a financing company. Shigetsugu got along with his daughter-in-law at first, but things changed when she became pregnant. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Shigetsugu changed. Knowing a baby was on the way, both made the decision to move out. Shigetsugu's son was gradually moving up in the corporate ladder, so it felt like the right time to go. And that was when Shigetsugu's battle with loneliness had reached its zenith. The stress it caused him led him to outbursts of violence. His attitude took a drastic turn, and he became stubborn over the most minor of things. He would complain about his daughter-in-law's cooking for no reason. His actions eventually led to their hastened departure from Shigetsugu's home. The loneliness and self-hatred that followed changed him even more. They did get back in touch years later, but nothing ever came of it. Shigetsugu's issues eventually led him to gambling, which he used as a means to distract himself. This in turn led him to racking up more and more debt to the point that it almost affected his son's family. It was then that they cut all ties with him. Years later, he visited their home, only to find no one was living there. They had just up and vanished. Perhaps they thought the exact same about Shigetsugu, considering how little contact he made with the outside world.
そうだったね。おじいちゃんが話してくれた。
悪いのはわしじゃ。じゃが、お主はそれを知ってもわしと一緒にいてくれた。他に行く場所がないから、などという利害関係だけでないことはよくわかっておる。
利害？よくわからないけど。うん。僕はおじいちゃんが好きだから一緒にいたんだ。お馬さんを見たり、ボートも見たりした。何より、一人ぼっちの僕を助けてくれた。記憶がない不安よりも、この家にいられる安心の方が大きいよ。
Over a month has passed since divine selection began. Both Shigetsugu and you have spent the majority of that time together. To others, their relationship may be fundamentally flawed. To Shigetsugu, however, the relationship was that of a true family.
ユウ、わしはお前を家族だと思っておる。
僕もそうだよ。おじいちゃんは僕の唯一の家族だ。
There was no preface to his statement. For you, the present took precedence over his lost memories. His words were proof of that.
じゃが、わしは死ぬ。お前たち若い連中は運命のいたずらのようなもので本来の寿命よりも随分早くに命を落としてしまったんじゃろうが、わしは違う。あの日、腰を痛めなかったとしても、もう追い先は長くなかったんじゃ。わしの願いは、できるだけ長くお前と過ごすことじゃった。ささやかな願いじゃった。だからこそ、必死に生きようとする者たちに拒まれたんじゃ。
わからないよ。難しくって。僕にはおじいちゃんが言っていることがわからない。
ユウ、これからの生き方はお前が決めるんじゃ。
僕が？
ああ、生きたいと思うんじゃったら選定を勝ち残るんじゃ。思わない、そう思えないんじゃったらわしは止めはせん。
決められないよ。僕はそんなもの
決めねばならんのじゃ。わしは数日後にはもう死んだことになっているんじゃからな。
嫌だ、嫌だよ、おじいちゃん。
Yu was growing more upset at as the conversation carried on. Shigetsugu, on the other hand, remained as calm as ever.
お前にユウという名前を与えたのはわしの過ちじゃったかもしれん。記憶喪失じゃからか知らんが、まさかその名前でカードが作られるとは思わんかった。
Oh. We have every card now. Oh, wait, what? So his name is Yu. His cause of death is fire, and his regret is his mother's cooking. Oh shit. That's not good.
お前は自身のカードを忘れていることが強みじゃったが、それを一つ奪ってしまったからの。
そんなことない。おじいちゃんが名前をつけてくれて僕は嬉しかった。だって自分の名前もわからなかったんだもん。
それは嬉しいわい。ならばわしの願いは一つじゃ。無理に生きろなどとは言わん。ただ誰かに何かを与える喜びだけは知ってほしいんじゃ。
Much like how he had given you his name. Not only a name, but a place to call home.
わしもユウに大切なものをもらって死ねる。
僕がおじいちゃんに何かをあげた？
True.
そうじゃ。
ダメだ。やっぱり僕にはわからないよ。何もわからない。
じゃったら徐々にわかるようになればいいんじゃ。その時にはその喜びもちゃんと理解できるじゃろ。
Shigetsugu rests a hand on Yu's head before patting it. His words and actions were cheerful, despite the context of their conversation. Meanwhile, Yu was unable to find his answer. He had not accepted his reality. At the same time, that state of mind made him all the more susceptible to what Shigetsugu had to say. So eventually, he came to understand what was about to transpire. Yoshizuku Shigetsugu was going to die. And there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. I happened to overhear their conversation. I don't intend to, but that's no excuse. I don't catch the entire thing, but one important detail doesn't slip by me. You. The moment Shigetsugu called numeral 4 that, my book began to glow. The resulting card contained nothing but those 2 letters. I'm glad Alan wasn't nearby when it happened. Things will only get more complicated if any of them learn that I now know his name. I repeat the name to myself. I figured that Shigetsugu had given him a name, but I never expected that to be the one on his card. This would have been far more difficult to believe if I hadn't had that conversation with Miharu about one's perception of one's name. What did Shigetsugu have in mind when giving him that name, though? Surely there's some meaning behind it. Doesn't matter. I've somehow ended up with all 3 of Yu's cards. I don't know, but I don't have it in me to elect either of them now. If Alan elects Shigetsugu, logic dictates that I elect Yu. I try my best to convince myself that's what I need to do, but it's not that easy. The Miharu name thing is true, but I'm surprised that the cards take into account your present name instead of the name you had before you passed. True. Even before she died, I'm guessing Miharu still considered herself as Hebinata Miharu. It is based on what name definitely resonates with you more, and since you technically didn't remember his name, and for all we know, based on how the fact that he was the bomber, it wouldn't be surprising if he didn't really have a name actually beforehand, and the name he got from Shigetsugu became the card because it was the name he finally perceived himself to have. It'd be there's so many things I want to question, but we make our way back to the living room after I meet them at the entrance. Another conversation starts up once we've all gathered, but it dies off pretty fast.
すまんの、待たせてしまった。
構わない。僕からは特に話すことはない。僕のために部屋を用意すればそれでいい。
うん、分かっておる。
Yu still isn't happy about the scenario, but regardless, the conversation is over. Knowing that, I decide to make my way back home, a bite far later than planned.
君も11番の女に狙われるかもしれない。
Oh.
はい。
もっとも、あの女は僕の方を狙ってくるだろうな。ああいうタイプは決着をつける方を優先する。
He's not wrong.
それはこっちの少年が狙われる可能性もあるということではあるが、僕がいる限り心配はしなくていい。
I'm so stunned by his apparent concern for me that I struggle to find a way to respond. What is with this guy? First he threatens to kill a baby without hesitation, then he agrees to Shigetsugu's terms that don't entirely benefit him. To top it all off, now he's worrying about my safety.
バイバイ、お姉ちゃん。ご飯 とっても美味しかった。忘れないよ。
ありがとう。まだちょっと残ってるからお腹が空いたら食べてね。
さて、わしが見送ろう。
We then make our way out of the living room.
そんな玄関まででよかったのに。
Shigetsugu follows me outside rather than seeing me off at the entrance. It's uncommon for us to be alone together, so I take this chance to clear my doubts.
牛塚さんが脱落したらゆうくんはどこで暮らすつもりだったんですか？
盗み聞きとは趣味が良くないの。
I'm sorry.
わざとです。あなたがつけた名前なんですよね。
そうじゃ。あの子は優しいけれど勇気もある子じゃ。勇という響きは日本人らしくもあり外国人らしくもあるじゃろ。勇まさか本当の名前としてカードが作られるとは思わなかったがの。
私の推測ではありますが、カードの情報は本人の認知が大きく関わっているみたいです。
なるほどの。で、ユウのその後じゃったの。
I nod my head, urging him to continue.
現金で100万ほど用意してある。
Whoa. My first reaction is to look around after recovering from my own shock. I'm worried about any lurking burglars overhearing him, but I guess anyone sneaking into the house is in far more danger than those already inside.
選定が終わるまでの約2ヶ月であれば、その金でなんとかなるじゃろ。あの子が選定の後どうするかはわしが関われることではないじゃろ。じゃが、贅沢をしなければ記憶が戻った時帰国するくらいの金は残っているはずじゃ。
そんなにお金を。
選定が始まってからわしが家にある現金をかき集めて売れるものはすべて売り、まあいろいろして集めた金じゃ。
He mentioned before that his pension and benefits were his only sources of income right now. He talked about being in debt as well, so I can only assume he went through some shady dealings to gather up that amount. Knowing he did it all for you's sake made it hard to judge him for it though.
貯金なんぞ全部使い切ったし、口座も凍結しておったからの。苦労したわい。後のことを構わず家探しをしたんじゃが、片付ける気にもならんでの。家は散らかっていたじゃろ。
So that's why it's like that. I slapped both hands over my mouth the moment I realized what I'm about to say. It might be the truth, but it's still rude to say such a thing out loud.
構わん。というわけじゃ。お主が心配することなど何もありゃせんよ。
He lets out a heartfelt laugh. I can't find the humor in it though, so I just nod.
じゃあの、また夢の世界とやらであったらよろしく頼むぞ。
はい。いろいろとお世話になりました。
世話になったのはこちらじゃよ。
He shuffles back into his house. That's how it should be. Things are looking good for me right now. Even so, I make my way home with a knot in my heart. Family, huh? When I get back to my room, my mind drums up images of Shigetsugu and you. Shigetsugu talked about the joy of providing something to another. Was I able to do that for Keiko? Was I able to do that for Sonya even? Shigetsugu's elimination during the next election is all but guaranteed. Was I able to provide something for him, knowing that would happen? I heard him out and made dinner for you. There's no need to involve myself with any of the participants further than this, and yet I find myself worried about waking up on Monday plagued with regret.
ああ、もう。
I figure I'm best off acting instead of worrying, so I make my way to my computer. Still Friday, so we haven't reached Sunday yet. Thus another day of school rolls by. I stayed up late last night doing research, so I'm still a bit tired. And wouldn't you know it, I checked my calendar and it's June already. I'm already nostalgic about the time we went to the amusement park. Once my surprise fades, I get ready to head to school. Once there, I find myself talking to the usual group.
おはよう。リータンたちは文化祭の日どうするか決めた？
Hi Mao, it's been years. How are you doing? Normalcy.
どうするかって土日でそれぞれ1時間の手伝いでしょ？
僕もやらなくてはいけないみたいだ。
Ah. Talking to these two really helps me hammer home that I'm back to my typical daily life. The culture festival is next week. My class has finally decided to go with the fortune teller booth idea. I'm a bit worried about it since they've decided with hardly a month to prepare, but it should be fine because there's nothing too difficult to prepare. None of us are playing a big part in it, but we do need to help out because it's a class effort. And said help comes in the form of 1-hour shifts on both Saturday and Sunday, it seems.
違うよ。うちはそれ以外の時間をどうしよっかって聞いてるの。
ああ、そうだったんだ。だったらナオミの喫茶店には行ってみたいかな。
羊さんのね。
Miharu, you sound so hostile there. Oh god.
別にミハルンは無理に行かなくてもいいんじゃないの？いや、リンカが行くなら僕も行くよ。
Of course you. Spending time with Naomi should be fine as long as it's while we're at school. She's been working hard for this, so I want to see how it turns out.
マオには何か案があるの？
ない。
ないんだね。
僕は文化部の活動にもあまり興味がないから、シフトを午前中に入れてもらう予定だよ。生徒は午前中まで校内にいれば、あとは帰宅してもいいことになっているからね。
なら私もそうしようかな。他に興味あるものもないし。
冷めてる。
Ignoring Mao's attempts to tease us, we start to trudge over to the cafeteria. Ah. And it's evening. With that, Mal skips out of the classroom. Looks like she's heading home in a hurry today. I'm not sure why, since she generally keeps that aspect of her life to herself. Still, she tends to be busy more often than not. Not like she's in any clubs either. I can only assume she's got a part-time job or something. Miharu is getting ready to head home herself. Seems like she's working a shift today. Oh, choice. Go home alone, offer to walk with her. I'll walk with a friend. Yeah, I feel like it's better for us to go with her. Because especially since we probably should talk to her about some things. Hi, Miharu. Wanna walk together?
一緒に駅まで行く？
本当かい？
She starts to pack up even faster when she asks. Well, oh yeah, because technically we're also supposed to be feigning fallout, but no, it's still good to stay in some contact. Under her notebook is an unfamiliar book. Doesn't seem like the one from the school's library. Why?
そんなに焦らなくてもいいよ。
Also, the thing about wanting to keep Naomi out of this works the exact opposite way with Miharu. Yeah, in a way, cause Naomi knows about divine selection now, but she's not a participant, meaning it's more dangerous for her to know. But since Miharu is in there, it's good to have, and we know that she's on her side, like legitimately. It's worth it for us to have like information exchanges, even if we have to feign up certain like pretense stories to like as a cover. It's worth time. It's worth our time to do this.
遅くなったら君は僕を見捨てて先に行ってしまうかもしれないからね。
I can only smirk.
昨日はありがとね。
Okay.
「大したことはしていないよ。僕もちょうどそのことについて聞こうと思っていたところなんだ。一体何があったんだ？
Yeah, about that.
話すと長くなるんだけどさ。
Yeah. This isn't a topic I can avoid so long as we're together. I tell her all about about how I went to Shigetsugu's house and how numeral 11 forced her way in, how I got smacked into a wall. She is wide-eyed at the start of the story, but by the end all she does was sigh.
呆れを通り越して僕はもはや君のことが怖いよ。
I'm sorry, Miharu.
でもなんとかなってる。12の人ともちゃんと話せることが分かったし。
話してどうするんだい？最後には彼のことも脱落させないといけないんだ。
Yeah, true. I figure I am being optimistic, but Miharu makes sure to beat reality back into me with her words. Lacking a proper retort, all I can do is avoid eye contact.
まあ、君がどんな行動をしようが否定しないし、どんなことがあっても僕は君を守る。もっとも君にあった出来事を話してくれないよりはいいか。
美晴は何かないの？
くす。気になるかい？
Please give me information. She teases the question with a smile.
教えてくれないやつでしょ。
Damn it.
さすが凛花だ。ご名答。
God damn it, Miharu. We move to more standard topics following that we make our way to the station. Then we exchange goodbyes and part ways. Yesterday was a rare day. I was able to open the store for once. Customers dwindled during holiday periods, but regulars in the area still tend to drop by. I'm glad most of them understand that my cran's away, so they make it a point to cheer me on rather than criticize my offerings.
リータン、文化祭の次の週、どっか行かない？
Mal comes over to chat as I'm getting ready to head home.
いいけど、どこに？
Yeah, where are we going, girl?
まだ決めてないけど、映画とかカラオケとか？
Alright. She grins as she notices my hesitation.
リータンが恥ずかしがりながら歌うとこまた見たいのだよ。
だから嫌なんだよ。
でもさ、ナオリンとはまだカラオケ行ったことなかったよね。
I mean,
文化祭が終わってちょうどいいタイミングだと思うし、いいんじゃないかな。
I suppose, but also.
てかさ、ナオリンって歌うまいと思うんだよね。
Oh,
何歌
good
うのか知らない
voice,
け
hey?
ど、おとなしい子が意外とうまかったりするしね。問題はミハルンのバイトだけど、まあなんとかなる気がするな。
Hmm.
問題は、
Oh, that. She prattles on and on without giving me a chance to speak. I'm all too aware that this is her way of making sure I can't turn her down. Thanks. Appreciate it. I'm pretty curious about what Naomi would try to sing, so I end up agreeing.
イエーイ。じゃ、ちゃんと
Yay!
再来週の土曜は開けといてね。
Alrighty.
わかった。
The Saturday after next would be the 16th. 2 more elections stand between now and then. I should be fine for this week's, but who knows about next week's. That's not the mindset I should have, though. My utmost priority is making sure I never get elected. The most deadpan yay. Yay. I am happy. It's like, like, yeah, I'm totally happy. Look at all the light inside my eyeballs right now. Yay.
リータン
Yeah, what's up? I apologize for getting lost in thought before we make our way to class. After spending some time in Shinjuku, I find myself waiting for the train. I realize that it's been a while since I went to the bookstore, so I decide to stop by before heading home. There's a fair number of new shoujo manga on sale, so I buy a couple to try.
あ、リンカ先輩
Oh, Naomi. As it happens, Naomi is already there waiting for the same train. She even has the same bag in hand as me, which means we were both at the same store. After discussing what we both bought, Naomi's expression gets a bit more serious as she changes the topic.
そういえば、あの子、どうなったんですか
Ah. She must mean you. It's funny thinking back to the first encounter. Not only did I not know his name, but I actually thought he was a girl. How much should I tell Naomi, though? I can't give her all the details like I did with Miharu. Miharu's warning comes to mind as I mull it over.
大丈夫だったよ。
そうですか。
Ah, yeah. We have to be careful.
ごめんね。
We can't. There's several risks. Not only the fact that it puts a target on her back, but if we give her too much information, she basically that's how other people are gonna get eliminated, blah blah blah. It tells other people our cards as well about like the information we have on them, and it basically makes anything we have against anyone else useless, which is awful. The exchange is brief, but it no doubt leaves Naomi a tad vexed. If I'm not going to tell her everything, then I'm better off not saying anything at all. Her pained expression tells me exactly how the current situation makes her feel. Doing this to her hurts me enough already, but she must feel even worse on the receiving end. That's why I try my best to change the topic.
先輩、どうしたんですか
As soon as I do, I notice a familiar figure amongst the crowd. Not wanting Naomi to notice, I keep my gaze on her, only resorting to a quick glance to make sure I'm right. And I am. To you. He's standing in the crowd as if waiting for someone. But I mean, there's a very limited pool of people he could be waiting for. He tries to seem nonchalant, but I notice him glancing over to me every now and then.
お店の買い物を思い出しちゃった。ごめん、今日は先帰ってて。
Ah, shit.
だったら私も。
大丈夫。文化祭の準備で疲れてるだろうし、ちゃんと休んだ方がいいから。
She nods, although it's obvious that she has read between the lines. Following that, I wave goodbye as she gets on the train. He makes his way over after confirming that I'm alone.
お姉ちゃん。
And he knows my name. Oh god. He probably realized that I saw him.
お姉ちゃんにね、お願いがあるんだ。
He cuts right to the chase. I opt to quietly hear him out.
おじいちゃんを家族と会わせてあげたい。
Oh.
だから一緒に場所を調べてほしいんだ。おじいちゃんは大丈夫って言ってもう諦めてるけど、本当はずっと会いたがってたんだ。
Ah.
僕は気づいてたよ。気づいてたけど悔しくって、会いに行こうって言ってあげられるのは僕だけなのに言えなくって、今日までずっと迷ってたんだ。僕はどうすればいいのかわからなかったから。でもこのままじゃ僕もおじいちゃんも後悔しちゃうから。
He lets his emotions run rampant despite being out in public. There's nothing I can do to stop him either. Once he finishes his spiel, he stares at me, worry all over his face. I can't blame him. Normally people wouldn't hear him out, but he's probably hoping for the slight possibility that I will.
どこにいるのか知らないし、多分おじいちゃんに聞いても教えてくれない。アレンさんはもっと無理だし、僕にはもう頼れる人はお姉ちゃんしかいないんだ。だから。
He's probably expecting me to turn him down based on my silence. I don't seem to be in the right state of mind. His desperation to help Shigetsugu serves to warm my heart. As does knowing we both thought of the same thing.
同じ会社で異動になって地方に引っ越しただけだから、地域を特定するのはそう難しくなかったよ。
あ
とは部署をいくつか変えながら電話してみたら意外となんとかなったんだ。選定が始まってから嘘の演技にはちょっとは慣れたからかな。大体の街までは絞れたよ。
Rinka, jeez, went on an info hunt. Holy crap.
あとは君の頑張り次第かな。近所の人とかに聞き込みをして家を見つければいいよ。新幹線代と今日の宿泊代はまあ貸してあげる。おばあちゃんには内緒だけど後で返してくれれば大丈夫かな。
I am totally from your company. I'd like to know the whereabouts about blah 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 blah. Thank you.
お姉ちゃん。
牛塚さんを連れて行けはしないんだったら、君が説得して牛塚さんのご家族に来てもらうようにしないと。私はそこまでは協力できないけど、自分を信じてね。
ちょっとお姉ちゃん、どういうこと？
Shigetsugu said that Yu is both brave and compassionate. I have to agree. I hand him an envelope. Inside is the information I've already dug up regarding Shigetsugu's family, as well as some money.
分かってたの？
なんとなくだけど、私も同じことを考えてたから。
It's their story from here on out. I have no intention of seeing it through. Now that I've done this much for you, I should be able to avoid waking up with regret if Shigetsugu gets eliminated.
おじいちゃんが最後に笑っていられるように、僕頑張るよ。ありがとう、お姉ちゃん。お金は絶対返すから。
I'm wondering if this is a translation error or if he's actually using my name. After he says that, he remains still for a moment. Just as I mutter that I need to go, he stops me. His expression is deathly serious.
もう一つお願いがあるんだ。
Oh. His face makes it clear that this one is serious. Even so, I don't expect what comes out of his mouth next.
僕を脱落させてほしい。
What?
お姉ちゃんが僕のカードを3枚持っていることは察しがついてた。
Oh.
ただね、お姉ちゃんは優しいから僕を指名できないんじゃないかって思ってたんだ。
Oh.
どうして？
お姉ちゃんに生きてほしいって思ったからなんだ。
So he found his answer. Fuck.
そんなの。ごめん。大きな声出しちゃったね。
僕は本気だよ。お姉ちゃんが僕を脱落させるなら納得できるから。
Yeah, like true. Honestly, that is the thing. Since our fates are so intrinsically like intertwined, it makes me wonder if even one of the people from this trio live, like of Naomi, Rinka, and you, if even one of them lives, if any of them will be saved. It just means the other one won't remember anything of divine selection, but the other one will, maybe. It's like, or maybe it won't, but it's like, this one's weird. It's complicated because we know.
それだけじゃない。僕はきっと生きてちゃいけないんだ。
Oh, you don't say that. I'm pretty sure it's a translation localization thing where they weren't sure if it would be weird for him to call her sister. So they said, fuck it, just say your name. True, that's probably it.
生きてちゃいけない。
僕がなくした記憶は全然戻る気はしないよ。でもね、時々自分が怖くなる。僕の中にいるもう一人の僕が何か恐ろしいことをしようとしている気がして。もし記憶が戻ったら僕は何するかわからない。僕が僕じゃなくなっちゃうかもしれない。
So basically he doesn't want to turn into someone he hates or like get memories back and realize that he will regret everything.
だからその前に僕を殺して。
I can feel the pressure he's been bottling up inside from the tone of his voice. That unknown factor has probably been haunting him for a while now. I had no intention of electing him this week, just as he said. Mostly because I don't have it in me.
ごめん。即答はできない。
どうして？お姉ちゃんが生きたいんだったら、
True.
いずれは僕のことも脱落させるはずでしょ。
It doesn't make it easier.
そうだよ。でももしユウくんを脱落させるとしたら、それはユウくんの記憶が戻ってから、真実が分かってから。ユウくんは記憶喪失で不安になっているだけなんじゃないかな。何もわからないままユウくんが脱落したら、私は後悔するかもしれない。
ダメだよ。
He refuses to give in. He knows what I'm like by now, and yet he presses on regardless.
お願いだから。優しいお姉ちゃんなら聞いてくれるよね。
God. Oh god, I feel like he's gonna get his memories back and then oh no. It's hard to say with this scenario. I can't bring myself to answer. He refuses to stop staring at me, waiting for me to say yes. He believes I might do something terrible, but I can't see that happening. He believes he might do something terrible, but I can't see that happening. Sure, his past required him to know how to fight, but that doesn't feel relevant to his current fears.
絶対だよ。
He cuts the conversation off after a period of silence and takes his leave without another word. There's a reason I couldn't give him the response he wanted. Deep down I knew, I just can't do it yet. Shit. And we're on Sunday. It's time. Today turns out to be another rare day. I keep the cafe open all day long. Leaving it closed so often has taken its toll on me. My legs feel like rubber now that my shift is over. Either way, working up a sweat from hard work feels pretty good. And getting to see all the customers relaxed and content makes it all worth it.
よし。シャワーを浴びて早く寝よう。
Yep. Oh, is this a new outfit? Oh wait, no, is this... Oh, this was the other outfit. Okay. This week's election awaits. It doesn't actually matter when I decide to go to sleep, but the more sleep I get, the better I should feel in the morning. I notice a sizable black object in my room as soon as I enter. Ah, it's Lette, lording over my bed as always. In all honesty, it's reassuring to know I'm not alone, all alone. Be with us, dude. Alright, here we go.
ごきげんよう。運命の奴隷の皆様。
Hi, Parka. What fresh hell are you gonna put us through today? Parka's voice echoes throughout the court of fate. That's the prelude to this week's election.
録画をせんでも毎週忘れることがないから楽じゃの。
あら、おじいさま。テレビ番組のようにおっしゃらないでくださいます？
Fuck you, Parka.
女神様もテレビのことは知っておったんじゃの。
私はこれでも浮世の流行には敏感なのでございますわ。時の移ろいから外れた存在の私ですけれど、無意に過ごすには退屈すぎますもの。
Oh, you're just bored all the time. Good, that sounds about right. She smiles as she responds to Shigetsugu. There's something inherently off about hearing a being like her who feels right at home in a fantasy setting talking about TVs. I wonder if she observes events in real world from here as if watching us on TV.
皆様、そろそろお疲れのご様子ですね。選定も中盤。無理もありませんね。
おいおい、とっとと始めてくれないか。あんたの言う通り、確かに疲れてるから、睡眠時間は確保したいんだよ。
Federico speaks up in his typical tone deaf of jest. From what I can tell, he doesn't have any serious injuries. You claim to have rendered him immobile, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Either way, or the dream world doesn't reflect our current state in the real world. Meaning, he's acting fine to cover up the fact that he's been injured.
まったくもう、皆様はせっかちさんで嫌になりますわ。私の退屈をもっと紛らわせてくださってもよろしいのに。
No, because you're putting us through this fucked up game, girl.
まあ、仕方がないといたしましょう。今宵を含め、女神の選定はまだ8回も残っているのですから。それでは、今宵も女神の選定を始めますわ。
Alrighty.
回りなさい。運命の大時計。
Things proceed as usual after that. Each participant announces whether or not they want to elect someone as the clock hand makes its revolution. Naturally, I'm up first because I'm numeral 1. I announce my intent not to elect anyone tonight. In the end, Alan is the only one to announce an election.
僕は5番を指名させてもらおう。
It's expected he goes straight for Shigetsugu. Shigetsugu seems satisfied with this outcome. I can only guess the meaning behind it, but I'd like to believe his story ends on a positive note. More importantly...
どうして？
Oh, wait.
どうして？お姉ちゃんの嘘つき。
Oh, I'm sorry, you. A sense of guilt washes over me as I hear those words get muttered. Two people face one another in the court of fate's upper stratum. Alan and Shigetsugu. For Alan, this is his third time. Much like the previous two, his expression remains stolid. Solid? I think it meant to say solid.
すごいの。夢の世界とやらはこんな風になっておったのか。
Alan remains silent after Shigetsugu's remark. The only thing in his eyes is the reflection of an old man's decrepit smile.
あなた様はすっかり常連ですわね。
Alan gives no response to Parka, who appears out of nowhere either.
私も あなた様が釣れないお方だというのは分かっていますわ。それでは3枚のカードをお選びくださいませ。
Alan opens his card book and produces the relevant cards. Once done, he reads them aloud.
氏名牛塚重次、死因餓死、未練、仲の良かった家族。
とはいえわしはもう思い残すことはないがの。どんなからくりを使ったかは知れんが、わしの息子たち一家と合わせてくれおった。
何を言う、からくりではないだろう。彼、貴様の家族からのメイドの土産だろう。そう言ってやらなければ報われない。
分かっておるよ。老人の照れ隠しじゃ。
そうか。
意外じゃの。いや、意外でもないか。短い付き合いじゃったがわかる。お主は誰よりも家族思いじゃとな。
Oh. So interesting.
余計な話をしすぎた。女神、もういいだろう。
あら、もうよろしいのですか？
Before Alan can respond, a bright light floods from his cards. It envelops the area in an instant. A man haunted by loneliness. On the floor in his home, as starvation whittled him away, all he could do was reflect on his past. He wished to return to those happier times. It was an unrealizable dream. It was the one thing he would cling to as his life's light gradually extinguished.
同情もしない。もっとも、貴様の場合は最後に夢を見たのだ。十分だろう。
やはり珍しいですわね。あなた様が少しでも干渉をお見せになるなんて。
余計な話はいいと言っているはずだ。貴様は貴様の仕事をしてくれ。
Okay, Alan.
まこと面白みのない方ですわね。もっとも、もう幾度かすれば、あなた様の興味深いところが見られるかもしれませんけれど。
Oh, that's interesting to say. Alan's platform begins to move as Shigetsugu's cards float in front of him. He must pick a card to keep before returning to the lower stratum. His expression remains emotionless as he chooses. Sometime after, Alan descends by himself.
それでは、どのカードを選びますか
？4番、未練のカードをもらおう。
Something's wrong. You seems completely unfazed by Alan's selection. No, that's not quite right. His expression is alien compared to a few minutes ago. It sends a shiver right down my spine. His gaze remains focused on me rather than Alan.
あの子は
I find it hard to believe that it's simply anger over me not electing him. This is something else, like I'm staring into an endless abyss of rage. My head suddenly begins to pound, but not enough to make me collapse, so I do my best to power through it.
何？
Oh. I notice Alan's bewilderment the moment he touches Yu's card. The card, which was glowing white, suddenly shatters. The fragments disperse throughout the area.
あ
Oh, his regret changed. My card book begins to glow as well. Parker speaks up as soon as I notice.
それでは今宵の脱落者は1名。これをもって選定を終了といたしましょう。
Of course you say that. The seeds of dissonance have already begun to sprout, but this is just the beginning. 5th week includes he either got his memories back or his regrets changed because of our own actions. There's a few options here, but it is possible he got his memories back and everything about him just changed. I wake up drenched in sweat. Hold on. What? No, we still have this. No, we still have these. Interesting. Oh. I wake up drenched in sweat. The gross and sticky kind, no less. Latte is nowhere to be seen, so I assume it was another midnight departure. Another world happened during that election. The moment Alan got his hand on that card, it shattered. It was Yu's regret card, too. I have that card as well, so I've got a bad feeling about this. I peek into my own book, cards, fearing the worst.
これは嘘。どうして？
I'm sure the distress in my voice is apparent. Yu's regret card has vanished. This has never happened before. If the card disappears, does that mean his regret has disappeared? That can't be right. His regret was about his mother's cooking, so it wouldn't disappear because I made him one dinner. Even if it did, I would have lost the card sooner. Shigetsugu wouldn't have had it either. Which means there's only one possibility. That's why I decide to go back to Shigetsugu's house after school. Is it possible he regrets asking? What? I wonder if it has something to do with. Oh boy, I know. I was gonna stop after that, but now I need to know. School itself has started to get busy thanks to the culture festival preparation. My class started pretty late comparatively, so people in charge were running around during lunch to get things set up. Much as I think that they should have gotten it all sorted out earlier, I'm in no position to comment when I'm doing the bare minimum to help. I would be willing to help out if they asked, but they're making it pretty clear that they want to handle things themselves. And I get why. It's nice when you and a group of friends pull stuff like that off together. Naomi's class is probably doing much better than ours in that regard.
じゃ、リータン、お昼行こっか。
マオはマイペースだな。今のクラスはあまり居心地がいいものではないからね。今日も屋上へ向かおうか。
Alrighty.
ちょっと、そんなはっきり言う？構わないだろ。マオは手伝うことを打診したけれど、僕たちがいるからと無下に断ったのは彼女たちの方なんだからね。
うちは楽だから気にしてないよ、ミハルン。
Something tells me that Miharu is a bit annoyed. Most likely because it's easy to guess how they treated Mao when she offered to help.
それに、うちらの手伝いの時間はまとめてもらったし、ま、感謝感謝。
マオがいいならいいけれどね。さあ、リンカもそろそろ行こう。
I nod and follow along behind them. Blah blah.
いただきます。
All three of us enjoy lunch on the rooftop as usual. Times like this are when I can relax the most. Just as I'm enjoying my tonkatsu sandwich, a familiar voice calls out as the rooftop door opens.
あ、リンカ先輩、いらっしゃいますか?
Oh boy, hello, Naomi.
羊さん。
Miharu, please, calm your hostilities.
お、ナオリン。なんか久しぶりだね。マオ先輩。三島先輩も、こんにちは。
There's so much tension. Miharu makes eye contact with her but says nothing. Well, Naomi and I understand why. So Naomi makes her business clear right away.
これ、先輩たちに届けに来たんです。文化祭のコーヒー券です。
Aw, thank you. She hands 3 tickets over to us. The word coffee is printed in the middle in an oversized font. Beneath it, it says Amecha Girls University High School Culture Festival.
校長先生が私たちの企画に興味を持ってくださって、受付でこのチケットを販売してくださることになったんです。
Thank you.
何枚かもらったので、先輩もどうぞ。おー、すごいね。せっかくならたくさんの人に来てもらおうってことか。
うちのクラスのように気の抜けた出し物をするところが多いから、羊さんのように真剣にやるところは珍しく、学校の宣伝になるというわけだね。
Free coffee, let's fucking go. Yes. I don't drink coffee. I wish I liked coffee more sometimes, but like caffeine makes me tired and I can only drink coffee if I put egregious amounts of sugar in it, so it just becomes bad for my health.
そうかもしれない。
Sugar in milk.
でも、ナオミすごいね。頑張った甲斐があった。
I don't drink coffee either. 1 cup and I can't sleep at all. Ah, I see. Yeah, I have the opposite. Caffeine makes me very tired. It is, I get sleepy. I get sleepy from coffee and caffeine, and it's like, great, I just have to forcefully wake myself up every morning. It's, lovely.
本番はまだですけどね。でも、リンカ先輩のおかげです。先輩がコーヒーを教えてくれたから、私ものめり込んで。
Ah.
ナオリンはさ、コスプレとかしないの？
Oh god. Mal poses a new question to cut off the current conversation. Naomi's face burns a bright red in response.
コスプレですか？三島先輩みたいな。
Oh god.
僕のはバイトの制服だよ。
Sure, Miharu, sure.
すみません。そういうことしようって言ってた子はいましたけど、私は別に多分似合わないですし。
I think you would look cute in a maid outfit. Thank you very much. My expert opinion there.
ナオリン、フラグって言葉を知ってるかい？
True.
フラッグ、旗ですか？まあそんな感じ。当日を楽しみに待ってるよ。
Mal shoots a wry smile at Naomi.
そういえばナオリン、文化祭の次の週だから、再来週の土曜日って空いてる？またこのメンバーで遊びに行こうって話をしてるんだけど、どう？
If I drink coffee, I have to make sure I drink it the instant I wake up. If I drink it at noon, it'll last until early morning and it sucks. Oof. And there's me, 6 espresso shot Americano. Holy crap. That's a lot of espresso. Holy shit. I could not do that. That is actually begging for me to just be knocked unconscious for a very long time. The more someone drinks coffee, the less effective it becomes with the energy thing, which is partly why I don't drink coffee often. For the rare case that I see that I'll really need the all-day boost. I see. Yeah. That is definitely true.
再来週大丈夫ですけど、私が行ってもいいんですか？
I'm pretty sure Miharu would rather you not, but I think it's fine.
僕は構わないよ。ねえ、リンカ。
Ah, you're not gonna object.
うん。 まだどうするか決めてないけど、久しぶりに出かけよっか。
We got the girlies. Also, I love how they're in descending height.
リータン、うちのカラオケって案はどこ行ったの？
Fuck your karaoke.
私、楽しみにしてます。あ、でも、ちゃんと文化祭の時は来てくださいね。
ナオミ、あ、いや、大丈夫。残り1週間だけど、頑張ってね。
はい。I do my best to swallow the words I was about to say to her as she walks off. Miharu fires a glance at me as I do. I can only imagine the feelings behind her current expression.
お二人さん、早く食べないと昼休み終わっちゃうよ。
Oh god. Divine selection is in my thoughts more often than I'd like these days, but Mal's comment ejects it from my mind for a little bit. Another day spent eating lunch together with friends under a blue sky. Another day spent casually treading the thin line between the life I want and the reality I must face. Once school is over, I catch up to Miharu on her way home.
どうしたんだい？凛花の方から僕に声をかけてきてくれるなんて。
Miharu is already aware of the situation after I help her in fending off numeral 11. I don't want to skimp on the details, so I make sure she gets the full story about Saturday night.
昨日の消えたカードのこと。
残念だね。この後お茶でもと思ったけれど、僕はバイトがあるから付き合えないんだ。
分かってる。だから簡潔に。4の少年のこととか、美晴には話してるから、意見が聞きたくって。
凛花は4番、未練のカードを取得したと言っていたね。12番の男性が取得したものと同じだ。つまり君のカードも消えたんだね。
Yeah. I nod and then Miharu continues. We both offer our thoughts on why and how the card could disappear like that. Both of us seem to have the same idea too. Miharu tries to make her way to the station after that, but I stop her again. There's something that's been nagging at me, and I need to talk to her about it.
それとね、もう一つ。この前の選定で脱落した牛塚さんの話を聞いていて思ったことがあるんだ。
彼の話。それはどんな内容かな？
人と人の関係の話かな。私たちは生きている限りいろんな人間関係の中にいるけど、誰かに行動を強要することはできない。
羊さんのことかい？
どうしてわかったの？
君のことだからね。半ば無理やり羊さんを選定に関わらせないようにしたことについて迷っているんだろう。先に伝えておくよ。僕の意見は変わらない。羊さんが選定に関わることは危険に足を踏み入れるということだ。でもね、凛花。確かに君の言う通りだ。君たちの行動も心も僕には強制することはできない。くす。そもそも僕が凛花のために命を捧げると決めたのも自分の意志で、凛花が数度しか会っていない選定の参加者のためにおせっかいするのも自分の意志なのにね。
そうだよね。
It's so obvious now that she mentions it. Everyone's acting of their own accord. Miharu chewed me out for it, but that never stopped me from getting involved with Keiko, Sonya, or Shigetsugu and you. I stuck by my choices.
とはいえ、羊さんは文化祭に向けて大事な時期だ。大切なことを話すつもりなら、せめてその後をお勧めするよ。
わかってる。ありがとね。
Looks like Miharu knew exactly why I tried to stop Naomi, just as I figured. I might be the type of person to act before I think, but this time around I knew it'd be best to do the opposite. After parting ways with Miharu, I end up near Shiketsugu's house. I made sure to tell her I'd be doing so, which she offered the warning. Just be careful. Numeral 4's regret card is gone. That much is a fact. I wasn't sure if I had it in me to elect you, but that's irrelevant now that I don't have all of his cards. The time will come when I have to steel myself for the inevitable. I won't be able to keep myself safe should you end up gathering all my information either. That's why I made my way here, to confirm whether or not our guess was correct. It isn't long before the reality of the matter will overturn that logic, however. I stand in front of Shiketsugu's house, mouth agape. That might not be the right way to put it. The house I become so familiar with is no longer there. Wow, that's a real change in reality. Holy shit. In its place is an empty lot. Not a single trace remains of the place Shiketsugu spent his final day. A gust of wind blows through the lot, as if to accentuate the emptiness I feel. At the same time, I notice a familiar figure.
どうして僕を指名してくれなかったの?
Hi, you. I'm sorry. It's numeral 4, you. His appearance hasn't changed since we spoke, but his voice sounds somewhat younger.
どうしてお姉ちゃんは僕を殺してくれなかったの? 殺してほしいってお願いしたのに.
He somehow sounds even more serious than he did Saturday night.
次の選定の時は僕を殺してくれる?
わからない。
That's all I can muster. He casts his gaze on the ground before replying.
やっぱりこのままだったら未練を教えてもお姉ちゃんは僕の指名に踏み切れないよね.
Oh. Ooh. His voice grows deeper than before. His eyes are as empty as they were in the court of fate.
今はまだお姉ちゃんは迷ってるけどお姉ちゃんには必ず僕を殺してもらうからね.
Oh.
ゆうくん、記憶が戻ったんだよね。だからゆうくんの持っていた本当の未練がカードに変わったから私たちの持っていたカードが消えた。眠っていた記憶には何があったの?
Yeah.
地獄だよ.
Oh. I'm not sure what he means, but it doesn't seem to matter to him. He turns his back to me before continuing.
お姉ちゃんにも覚悟をしてもらうよ.
Oh.
待って、もっと。
He ignores my plea.
僕はお前に必ず.
I fail to catch his final words before he leaves. But the tone of his voice had changed yet again. It felt as though each and every word he said pierced me. As he fades into the sunset on the horizon, it reminds me of someone marching into a blazing hellfire. Oh, he got his memories back, and his regret changed because of it. Well, that is quite the place to stop. But we are gonna stop here because we need to stop somewhere. Yeah, so now it's only cause of death in his name. Interesting. God. And we still don't know who numeral 9 is. We still don't know who the 9th numeral is. We have no information on that person. But man, did I save? Yeah, I did. But anyways, let me go to the main menu. We got through quite a bit. I ended up streaming a lot longer than I expected. So let me pop over to the free talk screen. Okay. Well, that was a successful stream. Got through a lot more than planned, but you know, which is always good, always good. But anyways, next stream will be Valkyria Chronicles. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming Thursday. And then I have a stream on Saturday and a stream, I forget the next stream day. I'll need to check, but yeah. Next stream will be Valkyria Chronicles. I'll be excited to continue that, and hopefully I can dodge the bullets. But anyways, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I hope you had as much fun as I did, and I will see you in the next one. Before we Tsume Shiro, I could see if there's anyone that we can, I don't know if there's anyone. Hold on. Let me just check. Is there anyone I could? No, there really isn't. Okay. No raid. No one is streaming. So, once again, thank you so much for stopping by, and I'll see you in the next one. Tsume Shiro! See ya!